Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the AGM in Houston. Nice to see not everybody, but at least a great part of you in presence and not online. And also welcome the guys who are following our session online. It was not possible in another way, you know the reasons. And nevertheless, we made it. First championship in America, in Houston, and I think this is a big success for the whole ITTF family. So I hope you have a nice and pleasant stay here. Enjoy the atmosphere of Houston. It's big, and yeah, I'm looking forward also to the next days. We have a full agenda. I guess Raul later will say also some technical details, but let me say like this. We have a coffee break, I think at round about 10, depends what we have already solved or not. Then we will see how we go forward with our agenda. If we have a lunch break, we will see, or maybe we can also, if the time is not so far, then without a lunch break. We will see later. So that's it. Thank you all also for organizing here. We will hear the Houston organizing committee, the chair Janice, here later for a welcome address. And now we change, and I hope you agree, because of technical reasons, the agenda a little bit. We will have now first Raul, that's correct, the roll call, and I give the floor to Raul.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning, good evening, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to this 2021 Annual General Assembly as well. Before starting with the roll call, some housekeeping, as Mr. President has explained. Please, for all the voting delegates, make sure you are already logging with your Lumi credentials, lumiagm.com. Please enter there, because when we will complete the roll call, when we will have the welcome speeches, we will have the first of the voting. So please make sure delegates on site here in Houston, delegates around the world, you are already logging in your browser with your Lumi credentials. For delegates that are here in Houston, the recommendation, please, is not to use Zoom. Not to use Zoom. You have in each table for each delegation a tablet, and this tablet has the Interprefy translation solution. So the only thing you need to do is to select the language you prefer to listen, and then when somebody is speaking in a language that you cannot understand, you just put the headsets and you listen through the Interprefy device. When it's coming for the point of the voting, you just press the round button, the only physical button you have in your device, in the bottom of on the screen, and then you can go to the browser and then exercise your vote in Lumi. Please note also that you don't need to come back to Interprefy if you have already selected the language and you are going to use the same language the whole meeting. So you can basically have the Lumi screen open all the time. This will facilitate your work. So without any further comments on that regard, we start with the roll call. So if we can put the presentation of the roll call, please. And then the roll call starts with Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Andorra, remotely, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Aruba, American Samoa, Australia, Austria, Bangladesh. If we can make sure to mute all the delegates that are on Zoom, please, if you can make sure to make mute until really you are invited to speak by Mr. Chair. Barbados, Burundi, Belgium, Benin, Bonaire, Bhutan, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Belice, Belarus, Bolivia, Botswana, Brazil, Bahrain, Brunei, Burkina Faso, Central Africa, Canada, Cayman Islands, Congo-Brazzaville, Chad, Chile, China, Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Congo Democratic, Cook Island, Colombia, Comoros, Costa Rica, Croatia, Cuba, Curaçao, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Djibouti, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, England, Eritrea, El Salvador, Spain, Estonia, Ethiopia, Fiji Island, Finland, France, Faroe Island, Gabon, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Guam, Guyana, Haiti, Hong Kong, China, Honduras, Hungary, Indonesia, India, Islamic Republic of Iran, Ireland, Iraq, Iceland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Jordan, Japan, Kazakhstan, Kenia, Kyrgyzstan, Kiribati, Korea Republic, Kosovo, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Laos, Latvia, Libia, Lebanon, Liberia, Saint Lucia, Lesotho, Lituania, Luxembourg, Macao, Madagascar, Morocco, Malaysia, Malawi, Maldives, Mexico, North Macedonia, Mali, Malta, Montenegro, Mónaco, Mozambique, Mauritius, Mauritania, Namibia, Nicaragua, Nouvelle Caledonia, Netherlands, Nepal, Nigeria, Níger, Norway, Nauru, New Zealand, Oman, Pakistán, Panamá, Paraguay, Perú, Philippines, Palestine, Papua New Guinea, Poland, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Qatar, Romania, South Africa, Rwanda, Scotland, Senegal, Seychelles Island, Singapore, Sierra Leone, Eslovenia, San Marino, Somalia, Serbia, Sri Lanka, South Sudan, Switzerland, Suriname, Slovak Republic, Sweden, Eswatini, Syria, Tanzania, Thailand, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Togo, Chinese Taipei, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Uganda, Uruguay, United States of America, Uzbekistan, Venezuela, St. Vincent, Wales, Yemen, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and with this, and with the addition of Russia, that registered in the last 8 hours, so obviously there was no physical time to include their flag in the presentation, concludes the roll call, Mr. President.
Thank you, Raul. Then we go to the next point, and I invite Steve for his opening address.
Good morning, everybody, and as you can probably see, I was a few minutes late to the AGM, and I think before I start officially my opening speech, the reason I was late is because extremely busy here at the World Table Tennis Championships, every day late nights, not too much sleep, and to try and make such a wonderful event happen, it's extremely tiring, and unfortunately that it made me not in the best shape. But first of all, dear table tennis friends, there's no other way to say it. It's so good to see you here. I cannot even remember the last time I was in front of so many people coming from all over the world. With the 2020 event cancelled due to COVID-19, it has been more than 2 years since we were able to enjoy the feeling of being part of a World Championships. Thank you, Houston, for hosting this event and allowing us to be together after such a long wait. And thank you, United States Table Tennis Association, for all of your support. I'd like to take a moment to spare a thought for our dear friends who were not able to join us, Mr. Khalil El-Mahanadi and Nesta Tenka from the Executive Committee. It's regrettable that we couldn't find the solutions in the last minute, but hopefully all the athletes are here playing, and that is a victory for us, for our sport. Despite all the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, we are having a World Championships. This is a significant victory. Athletes are the center of what we are doing. We take great pride in enabling the players to compete. It's crucial that we support them in these uncertain times and that all of them can play. Players come first. And This makes me wonder if having this annual general meeting during our most important event doesn't distract us from focusing on delivering the best possible experience for our athletes. Change can be for the best. This year, the World Championships has a new straight knockout format. When you think about it, this might even be the reason why we are able to deliver these championships under the current circumstances. This is the first edition, the first ever, the first after COVID-19, the first in the Americas. And for our president, Mr. Weikart, the last. Thomas, I would like to thank you for your dedication to our sport. I'd also like to thank our current executive committee for all the work that they've done over the last 4 years. And of course, I'm looking forward to the next executive committee coming in. I hope we can work together, and most importantly, we can work together as a united table tennis family. And this year, on the 50th anniversary of the ping pong diplomacy, this family has often surprised us. 50 years after an unexpected friendship that started in a bus, table tennis is once again building bridges between nations with the first ever mixed American pairs. This unprecedented gesture of friendship is already creating ripples. Dear friends, it's my pleasure today to make a special announcement, something very, very interesting that we were able to achieve in the last few hours. And I would like to welcome to the stage, together with our President, Thomas Weikart, with our incoming President, Ms. Petra Serling, with our host, Ms. Janice Burke, something very, very special and very, very interesting. We were able to help our friends from Afghanistan, the President of the Afghanistan Table Tennis Federation, be with us today, Ms. Helena Kakar, also a female. Also, we know all the difficulties that has happened in Afghanistan. We know the relationship between Afghanistan and the United States in the last years, and we would like to ask Ms. Helena Kakar, the President of the Afghanistan Table Tennis Federation, together with our President and our incoming President, Ms. Petra Serling, to join us on stage for a photo and thank the United States for everything that they have done in helping the country of Afghanistan in the last few years. And with that, thank you everyone for being here. I hope you've had a great experience. So of course, I hope everybody enjoys the championships. Thank you for all being here, and let's have a wonderful AGM. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. A bit late, but on time. Janice, you are there, and also Virginia, please come to the stage. I would like to have the opening address from you and Virginia.
I'll start while Virginia's making her way up here. Dear President, Executive Committee members, and ITTF delegates, welcome to Houston. We are the 4th largest city in the United States, very spread out. I hope you get a chance to visit all of the different restaurants and sightseeing attractions that we have here. We're the most diverse city in the United States, and we welcome all nations. 1 year ago, this month, we thought it would be impossible to host a world championship. The pandemic had devastated the world. People lost work. People lost their lives. There was a lot of sadness. And many organizations were scrambling and struggling financially. Even our organization was trying to figure out how we would get through this. But it was the sports federations and those involved in hosting, like host cities that do major sporting events, that never gave up. We found ways to still bring the world together through sports. And when we first started to reimagine and start to talk about, well, could we possibly host? Virginia from USA Table Tennis called and said, Janice, is there any way? Even if we do it without fans, or even if it's smaller, is there any way? And then Steve from the International Table Tennis Federation called and said, Janice, is there any way? And we started to look at the dates, and our convention center was booked now because all of the cancellations that had happened were now taking up more dates. And the only time we could find, and it was squeezed into not a normal time frame, was this dates over our national holiday. And so when I talked to our team at the Sports Authority and said, would you be willing to work over this major holiday and help bring the world together, they said yes. We will be there, we will do whatever we can. And they have been working endless hours for weeks, because normally we have about 2 years to put on major world championships. In Houston, we've hosted Super Bowls and Final Fours and Olympic trials and world championships, and we always have 1 to 2 years. And now, by the time we figured out if we could do it and got the dates straightened around and approved, we had months. And that was, looking at the major struggles that normally in the United States, we need about 6 months to get everybody their proper visas and to get them here. But that was before we knew that all around the world, the US embassies were shut down or had limited staff or were only processing emergency visas. That was before that we knew that a vaccine mandate was going to come out. So once we had everybody settled in all the proper paperwork, then our president had a vaccine mandate. And so we started all over again. And I am proud of what our team has done. Most of them have not slept more than a couple of hours for weeks on end to make sure that we could have this day. And 95% of every delegate that wanted to be here, we were able to get here. And I'm really proud of that. And I'm proud that we're one of the first sports around the world to have fans and to bring over 92 countries together. I think we should all applaud ourselves, because it was your work, our work, together we did this. It feels good to bring the world together again, even with all of the challenges. I've always believed, look at the glass half full instead of half empty. And I am very proud. And I want to thank you for having faith in us as a host city to be able to do this with you. And thank you for letting us join the table tennis family. I feel very much a part of your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you for being here today. We did overcoming all the hurdles and challenges to be here, and I thank you for that. And as we look for a new phase of the journey, this is an important day for the Federation, also for all of us. And we believe that for any excellence, we all need collaboration, corroboration, and wisdom and diversity. So best of luck, everyone, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Janice, and thank you, Virginia. Yeah, Janice told us about the issues we have here and we had here, and we appreciated a lot the work of the Houston Organizing Committee here. It was an incredible work. Also, our staff members who worked partly here, and also our EC members. Unfortunately, Nestor and Khalil, our colleagues in EC, couldn't make it. So this is a pity, but it's reality. We tried all, and yeah, I have to thank also them. They will listen to us from their regions and on online. So thank you very much, and we come to the next point. And the next point is appointment of the chair, and I think this is the first time when we try here the voting system from Lumi. I can say, Raul, you want to say that? Okay, good.
Thank you, Thomas. As we are getting the feedback that some delegates cannot find their Lumi credentials, please remember Lumi credentials has been sent to you either on Thursday, when the first batch was sent, or on Saturday, if you register between Thursday and Saturday, or in the last 72 hours, when you have been completing your registration process. We have noted the request from Serbia, from Sri Lanka, and from Suriname to resend your credentials. Lumi has been informed, and you will be receiving, obviously, your voting delegate. You'll be receiving again another reminder with your credentials. So please note those credentials used on Thursday for the test, yesterday for the test, are to be used today. That was the first explanation. The second, if your tablet has not automatically included the interpreting token, is ITTF 2021. This is for delegates on site. Delegates on site, Interprefy app, please enter ITTF 2021, select the language you want to use, and then you can come back to the browser and keep Lumi open the whole time. And please also remind, if you are in the room, please, we recommend not to use Zoom in the meeting room. Zoom is for the delegates that cannot join us today. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Raul. And for, I have to say, we have 172 associations registered. And Lumi, as we had it in the last year, and IOC had it also, is the company who will help us with the voting for now and also later for the elections and for the propositions and resolutions. The two staff members from Lumi are Mrs. Katie Harding and Mr. Garrick Pellant, and they are so supervised by the notary, and the name is, I hope the pronunciation is okay, Mr. Louis Hyde Vermont. So they will do that, I guess, in the same way like last year and in the good way. So coming to the appointment of a chair, I have to say that the EC have unanimously said that I, as president, should chair the meeting, and I give the floor now to Raul. No?
So with the question, is the first question Lumi will present. Now we are passing the control to the headquarters of Lumi in Liphook, United Kingdom. If we can please put in a spotlight on the screens the headquarters of Lumi, please. So, good morning, Katie. Good morning, Gary. Good morning, Mr. Heibrandem. If you can please introduce yourself and then explain once again the process, and we can proceed with the vote for the adoption of the chair of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raul. So my name is Katie and I work here at Lumi. I'm joined by my colleague Garrick, who is also with Lumi, and then we're joined by Lewis, who is the public notary. So we are going to quickly talk you through the voting process for those of you who did not attend the training session or rehearsal yesterday. So as Raul mentioned, you should have all received your username and password from Lumi, and those countries that were mentioned a moment ago, we have resent your login details to you, so they should be with you sort of any minute now. So what you will need to do is log in to the Lumi platform if you haven't already done so. So you'll need to go to web.lumiagm.com and log in with the meeting ID, username and password, all of which are contained in your email. Once a vote has been opened, we'll ask you to return to the Lumi platform. You'll need to do this by minimizing Zoom if you're an online delegate. Once you've returned to the Lumi platform and the vote has been opened, it will appear automatically on your screen. To cast your vote, you simply select your desired choice. Your choice will become highlighted and a vote received confirmation message will appear above the voting options. To change your vote, you simply select your new choice. Your new choice becomes highlighted and the vote received message changes to reflect the new choice. You can change your vote as many times as you'd like whilst the poll is still open, and we will give warning as to when the poll is about to close. Once the poll has closed, we'll ask you to return to Zoom, and you can now make the Zoom call full screen again. In the case of the election, for example, the vice president election, where you are selecting more than one candidate, in this example, 8 candidates, you must select all 8 candidates to be able to submit your vote. Once you have selected 8 candidates, you'll notice that the send button in the bottom right-hand corner becomes green. You must click the send button to submit your election style vote. I'm now going to hand over to the public notary for the first vote.
So we're doing the test. Sorry, before we proceed, can we just confirm whether we're going to do any test votes or if we're going to proceed straight to question 1? Raul, I don't know if you have any comments
Yes, please.
on that.
Yes, please. Confirmation of the chair. Yes, thank you.
So question 1, which is open for voting, will be open for voting shortly, is: do you agree to appoint Mr. Thomas Weikart, ITTF President, as the chair of the 2021 ITTF Annual General Meeting? So we will start the voting now, please.
Thank you very much. So once again, for those of you that are joining us online, please make sure you navigate to the Lumi voting platform in your browser. And those of you that are situated in Houston, please make use of the tablet located on your desk. And once again, also please navigate to your browser where you have logged into the Lumi credentials. Simply select yes, no, or abstain. This option will turn a color and your vote will automatically be received.
So we just have another 10 to 15 seconds of voting time, please. Okay, and the vote is now closed. Okay, so we had 123 valid votes cast. Of those, 115 were yes, 8 were no, so we have a clear majority. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the trust in my the last chairing meeting here, and so I have the right to give the floor back to Raul.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now we just got also the request from Rwanda, so we will resend the credentials to Rwanda. Please, if you have not yet received your credentials, try to request as soon as possible. For the next point in the agenda, we have, as agreed with the legal counsel of the ITTF, put forward resolution number 1 in order to have the validity and the authority for this General Assembly to go ahead. So I would like to invite the ITTF legal counsel, Mr. Dylan Ma, to explain the rationale on the podium. Dylan?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the esteemed delegates and attendees of this AGM. So as introduced by Raul, Resolution A01 is to avoid and dispel any doubt that this AGM can be validly constituted in a hybrid manner. As you know, this year has been a challenging year to hold the AGM physically in person for everyone. Therefore, relying on Article 1.5.1.5.2, which allows this AGM to be convened remotely, whether wholly or partly. This is to clarify that this can be done, and that's the reason for this Resolution A01. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And if there are no any questions on this resolution, we will pass back the control to Lumi for the vote. I don't see any questions, so back to you, Katie.
Thank you, Raul. I'll hand over to Lewis.
Okay, so the next question to be voted on, question 2, is Resolution A01, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. I think we're ready to start the vote, so the voting can start now. Okay, we'll just hold the vote open for another 15 seconds. Thank you. Okay, and we will now close the vote. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your votes. We had 118 valid votes cast. Of those, 114 yes, no 4. So there's a clear majority there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm back to you, Mr. President.
So, thank you. No, Raul.
Sorry, back to me. I jumped one point. So the next point in the agenda is the appointment of the scrutineers. As you saw, the last year we already adopted this system of combining independent auditing company together with a notary. And we saw the result and we reflected on the fact that the scrutineers are only needed in case the system is not working. So for that reason, we have not scrutineers at this point. And then now we will go to the point number 7, which is the confirmation of the minutes of the last year. So back to you, Mr. President.
Yeah. So thank you, Raul. Next point is confirmation of the minutes of the AGM from Doha from 25th of September. Are there, so far, I think there are no questions or remarks. Do you have any questions or remarks here on the floor or also the delegates who are online? I wait a few seconds. There is no comment, so I guess we can unanimously confirm the minutes from Doha. Thank you very much.
On Lumi.
Is Lumi also?
One second.
Oh, okay. Then I thought we can do it. Then okay. Sorry.
No, sorry, Ismail. So back to you in Liphoop for the voting, please.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So the question is, do you confirm as a true record the minutes of the 2020 annual general meeting? So we're going to open the voting now.
Thank you, Lewis. And once again, for those who have just joined us in the Zoom online, and please make sure you have logged into the Lumi platform via your web browser. You will have received email credentials in order to log in and cast your vote. Those in Houston, same scenario, please make use of the iPad or the tablet on your desk, logged into the Lumi voting platform in your browser to cast your vote.
Да. Почему тогда не объявили? Ну, потому что сейчас прислали только.
Okay, so we'll just hold the vote open for another 15 seconds or so.
Sorry, one moment. Who's raising a hand? Can you stand up a comment? Not clear. Raul, you understand Spanish?
Can we pass a microphone to the delegate of Dominican Republic, please?
Maybe Spanish.
¿Puedes levantar la mano, Daniel, para que te vean? Levanta la mano para que te vean y te den el micrófono. Apparently the mic is not working. So apparently Dominican Republic is mentioning they cannot enter. I don't know if it's Daniel because you don't have the voting credentials or because you are having an error or the system.
Disculpa, no escuché.
¿No tienen las credenciales o que no te funcionan?
No tengo las credenciales.
So I suggest to not delay the meet. Okay, we have other requests here. So Lumi, can we resend credentials for Dominican Republic, DOM? And I guess we have also to resend for Mexico, MEX, and we have also to resend for Guatemala, GUA, and also for Panama, PAN, and also for, if you can raise your, can you give Emeshe the microphone, because my eyes don't see that far. On the back, Emeshe, can you, the last association there, I don't see the name. Emeshe, can you please confirm, Emeshe? Can you please confirm with this gentleman raising his, which is the number? Can you raise again? I don't see the name. Can I see the, can I get the name? Okay, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is Vincent, Ivan. And please remember, you have also to check your spam, because if you have not done the exercise of rehearsal on Thursday, if you have not done the exercise of rehearsal yesterday, and if you have not been looking at your emails, probably the email is on the spam, okay? Thank you very much. I suggest we move ahead, Mr. President.
So the vote, sorry, we're back here in Lumi. The vote is currently still open, but we will stop it now. Thank you for your votes, everyone. So the results in, we had 125 valid votes cast. Of those, 125 yes and 0 no. So it was a clear majority. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the confirmation, and we go straight away to the point number 8, membership application of Falkland Islands, and I give the floor again to Raul.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Mr. President. In point 8 of the agenda, as customary, we have the membership applications for the ITTF membership. For this time, the ITTF received, according to the statutes, earlier than the 6 months in advance, an application from the Falkland Islands. And before putting forward the membership for consideration, we need to ask if there are any associations that want to speak about this membership application. Argentina, can you keep the hand raised so the microphone can reach you? The delegate of Argentina will speak in Spanish, so it's a good moment to test your devices. Please make sure you have the channel of audio you want to listen on.
Hello. Señor Presidente Thomas Waker, la Federación Argentina de Tenis de Mesa desea referirse a la inclusión en el punto 8 de la agenda temática de esta Asamblea General Anual de la Federación Internacional de Tenis de Mesa respecto de la solicitud de afiliación de las Islas Malvinas. A este respecto, quisiera transmitir la posición oficial de la República Argentina. Las Islas Malvinas, Georgias del Sur, Sandwich del Sur y los espacios marítimos circundantes son parte integrante del territorio nacional argentino y hallándose bajo ilegítima ocupación británica, se encuentran en una situación colonial especial y particular, reconocida por las organizaciones de las Naciones Unidas, que reconoce la existencia de una disputa de soberanía y exhorta a las partes, es decir, a la República Argentina y al Reino Unido de Gran Bretaña e Irlanda del Norte, a reanudar las negociaciones sobre soberanía a fin de alcanzar una solución pacífica. Por las razones expuestas, deseo manifestar el rechazo y preocupación de la Argentina por el tratamiento de esta solicitud, así como la eventual participación de entidades y deportistas que pretendan representar a las Islas Malvinas, toda vez que este hecho implica la presentación ante terceros de las Islas Malvinas como si se trataran de una entidad diferenciada de nuestro país, así como un desconocimiento de la existencia de una disputa de soberanía reconocida por las Naciones Unidas y otros foros internacionales. Se tiene a bien recordar que el Manual de la Federación Internacional de Tenis de Mesa, en su artículo 49, edición de agosto del 2021, dispone que al considerar nuevas solicitudes se tomarán en cuenta las opiniones de cualquier asociación que ya sea miembro de la misma unidad y en ninguna circunstancia dos asociaciones serán reconocidas como ejerciendo autoridad sobre el mismo territorio. En ese sentido, quiero subrayar que la República Argentina rechaza la participación en calidad de miembros de instituciones internacionales de territorios sujetos a una disputa de soberanía. Señor Presidente, agradeceré que esta intervención sea reflejada en el acto de esta reunión. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Mr. Joffre. And I can confirm on behalf of the President that your speech will be reflected in the minutes as per your request. Any other questions or comments? And then, if not, we pass to Lumi for voting.
Okay, so we're just preparing for the next vote, which is question 4. Do you agree to accept Falkland Islands as the 227th ITTF member association? A two-thirds majority will be required for this to pass. We will start the voting now, please. Okay, so we'll just have 15 more seconds, please, for the votes. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. The vote is now closed. Okay, so we had 129 valid votes cast. Of those, 96 yes and 33 no, which gives us 74.42%, which meets the two-thirds majority threshold requirement. So the motion is passed. If I hand back to the chair. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. So, welcome to Falkland Islands as the new member, the 2027 member of ITTF. We are by far the biggest association regarding membership. Thank you very much. Next point, recognition. The floor is yours, Mr. CEO.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, and it's really my great pleasure to be able to recognize all the great things that have been done in the last, well, not 12 months because we haven't been able to be together for such a long time, but in such a long time. And as usual, we always recognize those associations and those persons that have contributed outstandingly for our sport. And we have a bunch of recognitions and plaques for those persons. And of course, the first recognition that we would like to make is for the National Association, the Member Association of the United States, for ensuring that we have this wonderful AGM here in Houston, and I would ask our President, Mr. Thomas Weikart, to present to the representative of United States Table Tennis Association, Miss Virginia Sung, a huge thank you for hosting and helping us ensure that we have this wonderful AGM here today and this World Table Tennis Championships. So if we could give the United States Table Tennis Association a huge round of applause and a huge thanks for Thank you, Virginia. Thank you, Thomas. And for those of you that have seen the crazy, I would say, amount of work that has been going on to ensure that we could have these championships in such a difficult and complicated times, and you know, talking about visas, talking about just ensuring the main hall, talking about trying to help the fact that everybody could even be here today. It's really a great pleasure and really very important that we thank one extremely special lady who I would say was probably contributing the most to this World Table Tennis Championships. And it's really a great pleasure to introduce, and you've seen her and she's made a speech earlier today, but to introduce Miss Janice Burke from the Harris County Houston Sports Authority. She has been unbelievable, a real dynamo in ensuring that these championships could take place. And I'd like to ask our IOC member, Mr. Ru Sung Ming, to present to Miss Janice Burke a small appreciation. Not so small, Janice, but a huge appreciation of the work that you have done to ensure that these championships could be a success, because it's very clear that without your support there would be no World Championships here in Houston, and the work that you've done and the city of Houston and everything from Harris County Houston Sports Authority has been simply amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you, Janice. Thank you so much. And of course, hosting an event like this is completely impossible without our sponsors and without our supporters. And today with us, we have also two very special guests, and one of the major sporting partners that we have in ensuring our tables and everything is perfect in terms of equipment is Double Happiness. And I would like to ask the representative of Double Happiness to please come to the stage to receive also a presentation on behalf of the ITTF. And I would like to ask our Executive Committee member, Mr. Mayahara Masahiro, to represent the ITTF on behalf. And of course, those of you who know Double Happiness is a huge supporter of the International Table Tennis Federation, and we thank them very much for all of their great help to our sport. I'm late, but I have Thanks. Thank you so much. And of course, not only Double Happiness from China, but from Japan. We also have another fantastic partner, one of our most important partners in the ITTF, the company of Tamasu Butterfly, this time in the World Table Tennis Championships, providing one of the best balls that we've ever seen at a competition. And I would like the representative of Butterfly, Ms. Osawa to join us, and I would like our ITTF Executive Committee member, Mr. Zoran Premeric, to make the presentation. Arigato. Thanks, Soren. As we already mentioned, and has been mentioned many times, the last couple of years has been an extremely difficult period for sport, for table tennis, for all of us, and to ensure that activities could take place, we have needed incredible partners, we've needed incredible support, and now I would like to make a presentation, and this is a very, very special presentation for the ITTF because it's something in 2020 when all of us really felt that it was difficult for our sport. It was a difficult time for all of us personally, but it's something that helped ensure and show us that our sport is very strong, our sport can survive a crisis, and our sport can prevail. And before I make the presentation, I would like to share a special video with everyone and remembering the amazing work that was done in 2020 with the Restart series in China. And please play the video.
Hello there, folks. Welcome to our live coverage of the 2020 Dishan ITTF Women's World Cup.
Today is an important and historical day for our sport. After months and months of no international table tennis events, we finally restart. For our players, our fans, and for everyone involved in table tennis today, it's the day that our sport is back.
Even before the match, we were joking about like the first point someone's gonna miss their serve, you know, because we're all so nervous and shaking out there. But actually, I was pleasantly surprised that the first point was a good rally, and I think it was a great, a restart point, for table tennis, for our sport. So very happy to have been part of that.
The players now really understood that this is something bigger than table tennis even.
我想不为别的，可能大家就是2个字：热爱，对这项运动的热爱。
The much-awaited final, the showdown between the two ladies from China. This is it. Chen got it, and successfully, for the first time, captured the title of the World Cup in China.
开心。 很开心，打完下来的那一刻是最开心的吧。
Hello again, folks. Good morning to you all from China. And now you're watching the live coverage of the Dishan 2020 ITTF Men's World Cup.
To be able to compete again, and I didn't expect to be playing again this year. I can't imagine, what ITTF and CTT and everybody involved had to do to get this set up, and being able to play high-level sport again. It's what we've all wanted and what we've all been striving towards.
Wow, good stuff there. Unbelievable.
That was incredible.
Final day, final action. Long rally this time. Oh, he got it. Fan Jin Do. Our defending champion has successfully defended the title here for the fourth time. He has won it.
To keep the biobubble secure, to get from Weihai, where we had the World Cups, to Zhengzhou, where we're having the finals. CTTA organized a charter flight with all the players, all the personnel, everybody on that flight, and it was probably the first time in table tennis history to have such a flight dedicated just for table tennis.
可能好几千人就为我们十几个人去准备一次这样的比赛，我们也运动员当中其实也明白，就是这样的一个比赛非常来之不易。
Fantastic. I mean, we know how difficult it is these times, yeah, to make something this happens. Yes, of course we are happy. Most is for the players that they can start competing again. That's very important.
The reigning Olympic champion serve. Oh my God! He got it, Marlon. Celebrating that moment. Congratulations to him.
I mean, it's really unbelievable what they have done here during these weeks to make such wonderful and amazing events. We can't thank them enough. I mean, we can't thank China enough. We can't thank the Chinese Table Tennis Association enough, Chinese Olympic Committee, and all the government officials who have really been the drivers to make this happen.
Thank you to all the fans in China. Thank you for having us here through this moment. I know it's hard, but we just want to play some sports and make happy the fans.
Surely it was a very, very big effort to make this happen. I believe China surely was probably the only spot in the world who could pull it off anyhow.
When you're thinking in those moments, in those difficult moments, you almost couldn't believe that we'd be here today. I say all the words, but it's really been it's a dream. It's a dream come true for table tennis. And having personally been involved in such an event with all of our staff, I really, first of all, want to thank the entire ITTF Executive Committee for ensuring that we could go ahead with such a project, because, of course, in normal times, it's easy to think that we can make a bubble, we can have many events together, we can go to one country only and make something special like this. Normally, that's not how we operate, and we're very international. But of course, during COVID times, we needed to find solutions. We needed to find special situations. We needed to be flexible. We needed to be thinking outside the box. And it's not so easy when you have, very special rules and regulations to ensure that you act in the right way. And I mean, we know that the ITTF Executive Committee in 2020 met many times to discuss all the difficult circumstances of COVID-19. So I really firstly want to thank the ITTF Executive Committee for agreeing and taking such a bold and I would say difficult move with ensuring that restart could happen. But of course, the country and the association that made it happen, the Chinese Table Tennis Association, the country of China, with the Chinese Olympic Committee's full support, the work that they did together with the ITTF is simply outstanding, was simply amazing. They put incredible efforts, and it's hard to really say it in words, but for those that were there in China, to understand the amount of effort, the people, the volunteers, the number of people that really got involved to ensure that table tennis would survive, to ensure that table tennis could prevail in a crisis like COVID-19 was outstanding, and we really can't thank them enough. And the only thing we can do, of course, is to give a very small token of appreciation for their work for table tennis and for the ITTF. And I would now like to invite the representative of the Chinese Table Tennis Association, Mr. Liu Guoliang, to come and receive an appreciation and token of our absolute gratitude for the incredible work that you have done with your association and with China to ensure that in that very difficult moment we could survive as a sport. So please, everybody, a huge round of applause for Mr. Liu Guoliang, for Chinese Table Tennis Association, and for China for helping our sport in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. And I would like to ask Mr. Bruce Burton, on behalf of the ITTF Executive Committee, to present Mr. Liu Guoliang the appreciation. Thank you, Bruce. And not only China in 2020, but 2021, as we all know, because being here today is a clear indication that the times have been difficult. But in 2021, we also had a country that and an association that helped us more than any other association during these difficult times. And before saying too much, I would like to share a video with you from all the support that the Qatar Table Tennis Federation has made for the ITTF in ensuring we could have events in 2021, and please play the video.
After the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020, many were optimistic about the world returning back to normal in 2021. The rollout of vaccinations in late 2020 gave many hope and belief that our lives would once again be as it was pre-pandemic. However, it was not as straightforward as it seemed. With new COVID variants, travel was still relatively restricted, which made hosting international table tennis events extremely difficult.
For table tennis, it's been really complicated to get everything back to what we would call normal and hosting events as normal as possible. We really tried our best and discussed with a lot of potential organizers all over the world to try and host as many events as we could, but 2021 was, again, a really complicated year.
While many countries tried their best to deliver ITTF and WTT events, COVID-19 still proved to be a stumbling block. When all seemed lost, Qatar and the Qatar Table Tennis Association proved once again their commitment to the sport.
We're so thankful and happy that Qatar, together with the support of Qatar Table Tennis Association and its president, Halil El Mohammadi, could help us host a series of events in 2021. For them to be able to come and host 6 major international and Asian table tennis events was truly outstanding. We had 3 World Table Tennis events, we had an Asian Olympic qualification, a World Olympic qualification, and an Asian Championship.
The Qatar Table Tennis Association, under the leadership of Khalil Al Mohanadi, dared to dream and delivered high-level events, filled with non-stop action, entertainment and elite gamesmanship with the sport's top players.
The thrill from Brazil delivers in Doha. The first ever WTT men's singles champion is Dmitry Ovcharov.
Oh, very cool setup of the venue. I mean, very fashionable and cool thing, surely lifting up our sport.
It's very nice, and I think it's a very good idea to have something change it, like decoration, like the place of the game.
Really, this is something another level for table tennis. We received many calls, many messages about this one, and we do our best to work hard to make it really for everything is high standard, high level in table tennis.
The joint commitment of Qatar, Qatar Table Tennis Association and Khalil Al Mohanadi is undebatable, especially during the biggest pandemic humanity has seen in modern times.
We can see that by the fact that when we went to Qatar, the quarantine conditions were minimized as much as possible. The bubble created was strong, and everything that they did in terms of trying to ensure the participants, especially the players' health and safety, was really amazing.
我必须感谢我的朋友卡利尔·阿尔莫罕默迪，他深深懂得新冠疫情对整个乒乓球行业造成的冲击。2021年 WTT 赛事先后3次在多哈举行，多哈还举办了亚洲锦标赛、奥运会亚洲区预选赛和奥运会世界预选赛。他不仅帮助 WTT， 还帮助了整个乒乓球界的球员们。
I think in 2021 we can see that Qatar and Mr. Khalil, who always says that he does very big things for our sport and for table tennis, really did prove that actions speak louder than words. That's proof in everything that they've done for ITTF and for table tennis this year. It's been really can't thank them enough, and we owe them so much for all this huge support. And I know that unfortunately Mr. El Mahanadi is not with us today, but speaking purely on behalf of table tennis and the ITTF, a huge thank you to him and a huge thank you to the Qatar Table Tennis Association for the incredible work and incredible thing that they have done in 2021, again in difficult times during this COVID-19 pandemic, to ensure that table tennis could prevail and could survive. And normally I would ask our representative from ITTF Executive Committee member from Egypt, Mr. Ala Meshref, to make a presentation to them, but as most of you know, unfortunately Mr. Khalil could not be with us today, and he's in his home country in Qatar. But we will move that presentation, and we will thank him again then in Chengdu in 2022. So thank you, Khalil, and thank you, Qatar, and we miss you, and we wish you were here, but hope you're enjoying the championships back from Qatar. Okay, the next one. Okay, we move then next to the next presentation, and the next presentation is related to the personal honorary member, and I pass the floor back to Thomas.
As you know, it was proposed that Mrs. Jane Pinto gets the position of ITTF honorary membership, and we have passed this to the BOD, and the BOD confirmed this. So before the AGM is voting on this, we have a small video about Jane Pinto and her tasks, her work, and her life-like contribution to our table tennis family.
Jane Pinto's passion for table tennis began as a player. Champion of Kenya in 1971, she first enjoyed a successful playing career during the famous ping-pong diplomacy era. She then went on to become one of the leading figures of the table tennis community in Kenya, Africa, and across the world. Her first role in the ITTF was as a corresponding member during the tenure of the then ITTF President, Roy Evans. She first served in the Media Commission and then became a member of the ITTF Board of Directors. In 1980, Ms. Pinto was elected on the Board of Directors of the African Table Tennis Federation, before being elected as Deputy President in 1996. She was then made Honorary Life Deputy President of the African Table Tennis Federation. Known as the Mother of Kenyan Table Tennis, she held the position of Deputy President from 1994 and then led KTTA as its President from 2002 to 2014. She played an instrumental role in developing the sport and in training of the next generation of sports administrators in Kenya. She has played a major role in promoting table tennis not only in Kenya and Africa, but also in the Commonwealth Federation. Recipient of the ITTF Merit Award and of the IOC Achievement Diploma Award in recognition of her outstanding contribution to performance, development and participation of women, Jane Pinto had a lasting impact on our sport.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pity that Jane cannot be here. We all know her very well and we miss her. I give now the floor to Raul, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to confirm that Mrs. Jane Pinto is online, and if so, if she can join us to say a few words before we present the award to the representative she has appointed. Mrs. Pinto, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you. To the table tennis family, it's a special day for me to be honored. I believe this is the first time that a woman has been given such an award in table tennis by members of the ITTF. I would have loved to be there, but the world we are in now is not the same as what we used to be. Accept my sincere gratitude for this honor that you have given to me. My journey in table tennis has been a long road, and today marks another milestone in this journey. To my immediate family who gave me the opportunity to follow my dream, I want to thank you, and this award is a testimony of the support you have always given me. Finally, to the Kenyan Table Tennis Association, you are in good hands, and this award is also for you. Haider, thank you for representing me and picking my award. Thank you all once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Mrs. Pinto. And thank you very much. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Mrs. Pinto. And to receive the award on her behalf, she has appointed Mr. Haider Jamal. I think he's with us today here on the meeting room. So, Mr. Jamal, if you can join here at the stage, and the award will be presented by Mrs. Petra Serling, ITTF Executive Vice President.
And I come to the stage because I think we have one final presentation and recognition to make. And actually, I have a script here with me, but I think I'm going to throw the script into the rubbish bin because I don't think it's perfect. But I really want to thank one last person today, and I think it's really important that myself and Petra thank this person and recognize their really hard work for the International Table Tennis Federation. We need to recognize that he has done an amazing contribution for table tennis, that this person has, been in our hearts and been with us together for the last more than let's say, 7 years as the ITTF President, but before that also as an ITTF committee member. He's been someone that's traveled around the world with us, that's been helping us and supporting us, and I guess first and foremost ensuring that we as an organization have the highest level of integrity, have the highest level of governance, and ensuring that as an organization that we really act in absolutely the best way with the highest possible standards. So it's really my great honor, together with the incoming president, to present and say a huge thank you to the ITTF President, Mr. Thomas Weikart, today. And I really hope that we can work very well together in the future, and I hope that you continue to be a major part of the International Table Tennis Federation, because the work that you've done, the outstanding contribution that you have done for the International Table Tennis Federation will never be forgotten, and all of the people here with us today will remember the amazing, and now I start to get a little bit emotional and I apologize for that, but we will never forget the support that you have given us and everything that you have done for the sport of table tennis. And Thomas, please join us on the stage here, and would like to give you a hug for everything that you have done for our sport.
A little bit difficult for me. I will say later some words, but yeah, I have to say thank you to all the guys. Sorry for that, but it's also a little bit emotional for me. It's okay. Thank you very much.
So, thank you everyone, and I think that was unexpected, but we have all emotions coming together, because this is not only the wish of the ITTF, but also this has been the request of many of you that remember what a year and a half of pandemic we have suffered, in a year and a half in which we have unfortunately lost many good friends. And for those many good friends that we have lost around the world, we would like to present you a video that, not including of course all of them, at least try to present a glimpse of all the contribution of all these persons to the ITTF during the history. This video in honor of our lost persons. Please, the video.
stand up for a few seconds of silence. Thank you very much. So we are at the end of point number 9, and I give the floor for number 10 to Steve.
Thank you, Thomas. And as it became a part of our annual general meeting in the last few years to present the annual general report and the strategic plan. However, as you know, it's the end of one period and a new one about to start in just a few hours. And for the strategic plan, what I can update is that we have, as the staff, been working on a refresh, working on an update, because of course during the last 2 years with all of the difficult situations and the massive change due to the COVID-19 pandemic, of course many things have changed and we need to adapt to that situation. However, with a new incoming executive committee, we felt it's important that they take the lead and take the charge of that new strategy and any refresh and any thinking different that may happen for the future. And we will be passing, of course, that work to them, and for that, of course, I wish Petra the best of luck to ensure that we have a wonderful strategy and wonderful future in terms of the way we are working. So, Raul, I believe that's the update for today, and yeah, I hope that everybody is satisfied with that, and that the new executive committee can bring us a wonderful strategy and ensure that our sport is moving in a positive way forward.
Thank you very much, Steve. Any questions or remarks? Yes?
Hello, everyone. My name is Imad Hussein from Iraq. Really, I want to just mention Mr. Khalil al-Muhannadi problem. And really it's emotional for me because he's not here. Yes, I appreciate everyone doing hard job to grant the visa to everyone here. It's very nice to have visa, but it's more important how you get it. Many countries, they have very difficulties to get a visa. And thus, I don't think this will be help our sport. And again, don't understand me wrong. I am very appreciate what everyone doing. But please, can you help me to understand why, like Mr. Khalil al-Muhannadi, he can't grant a visa? I can't understand it. And maybe that's what will be happen to everyone here, you know, because we need to put ourselves in Khalil al-Muhannadi's shoe, and so we can understand what he's feeling now. And yes, we appreciate what he's doing. We are very miss him. We thanks him. But I believe the good way to thank him to grant a visa for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's the point for the strategic plan, but I will answer or try to answer the question. For Nestor, the information is that he has the vaccination with Sputnik, and the American authorities, they don't accept this. They changed their policy on 8th of November, so it was very, very difficult for the organizing committee and for us to bring everybody in. I think we managed it with all the athletes, but unfortunately, Nestor couldn't make it. We had some difficulties, correct me, Raul, he wanted to fly with United Airlines and they refused to let him in. So this is the explanation for that. For Khalil, for the visa, we have no special information. We have the information that Khalil doesn't meet the criteria of the US government here for entering the country. I cannot say more. I only have this information, more not. So that's it. And thank you very much. Are there any other questions to the, or remarks to the strategic plan?
Yes.
Please.
I'm from Nepal. I have the same curiosity that my the colleague just explained. What I received the information is he has given the visa prior. I'm talking about the Khalil Mohanadi, and it has been cancelled. The case is the same with Nepal also. Our player could not get the visa, so they couldn't attend the the World Championship. So this is being a member of Asian Table Tennis Union. This is my curiosity. If he had been here, it could have been very good, because we saw the Qatar Tables Association activity very clearly. So it is just my curiosity, what happened, and who is the responsible for all these, denial of the visa. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. I can only answer again what I have said. We have no other information, and we tried our best together with the Houston authorities, and also we had a lot of phone calls personally also with the US OPC, with the President, and also with the responsible staff members and the Secretary General. So this is the official information. I have no other information. And
can I say something?
Okay, Khalil, but Khalil, one moment. But after that, please, the question. We have the point here: strategic plan. I will not, of course, not.
I want to ask something also.
So
I want to ask something also. Munir from Bangladesh.
One moment, Khalil, please.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. Thank you, everybody. Really, I miss you for this AGM, and this is first AGM or first World Championship after almost exactly Gothenburg 1985, almost about 37 years or 38 years. For my case, I just explain about 1 minute for everybody here in AGM. Already I make an interview in US Embassy, and after about 1 month he give me approve my visa. I get a visa for 10 years until October 31. And after 2 days I have received call from embassy, and he told me he needs more information from Washington than I must keep it my passport. We didn't know how many time, month, 2 months, something. Then I say I have business travel. I must traveling. I cannot keep it my passport. Then he say when we make it stop to cancel your visa, and until now is just we check it day by day. Is our visa under a process? That's it. And I need from here to thank everybody, thank all our EC friend, and thank special thank for Janice from Houston. He's really contact with me by every 2-3 days. Khalil, don't take any decision not coming, waiting. I waiting, and also for EC member, I take it my decision first to give him about until 6 November. Then Petra, Vice President, contact with me and with EC, say, Khalil, wait, I give it until 16 November. We cannot wait, but until now is nothing coming to me. I am really and I am not with you about this one. I still now, I don't know what I didn't get the visa until now under a process. And before 3 days, we have emergency meeting EC. And I thank all President and all EC college He take a decision because I am not get the visa. His decision cancelled to AGM and cancelled the election. But personally, my decision, I don't want this happen to all who's traveling, to who now is in Houston, only about Khalil Muhannadi cancel AGM and the election. And I say my decision, going everything smoothly, giving everything normal, make it AGM, make it election. And this is my final decision, and I am happy now. Really, I am not happy. I am not with you. I am, after 37 years, first world champion, I miss an AGM. But finally, I am happy to be world champion, AGM, going on after really 2 years, difficult years and COVID-19. And will be always Khalil Al-Muhannadi and Qatar table tennis and Qatar country. Always we support table tennis, we support ITTF, we are ready to hosting the big event anytime. My country, my federation, Khalil Muhannadi, always support and open for everything and increase table tennis in the world. Thank you so much.
I want to say something. Munir from Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. No, sorry, I will now interrupt that. Because we have an agenda, and it is point number 10, and there are questions regarding the strategic plan, and point number 10 or remarks. Thank you. It's not the case. So we go directly to point number 11. It's a big point, but in fact it's very small because we have a short video about all the presentations which were made before the AGM in the last 2 weeks.
Welcome everybody, it's Monday, 18th of October 2021. I'm happy that so many people could join today the ITTF Foundation video conference.
And we are now on the field and can work there. This is our job.
We need to work together across gender and fempower all year long, not only on the 8th of March.
Today I have the honor to speak to you about the ITTF Foundation and all the good work this organization is doing.
Our sport truly is a universally unifying factor that has the power to bring people together from every walk of life, transcending barriers from grassroots all the way to the state level, as history has shown with ping pong diplomacy.
What was 21 about? It was about the participation program that is focused on member associations. We started also some of the on-site activities, slowly but surely. So far, 7 concluded.
In these pandemic times, we thought of different programs. At the moment, we have 8 main online services, national projects, a variety of auctions.
We would like to share with you its Athlete Scholarship, My Gender, My Strength program, ITTF Virtual Mentorship program, Power Table Tennis activities, Quick Pathway, the ITTF Equipment Assistance program.
We started in March with this training camp in Qatar, so then we came up with this idea, why don't we try to go around the world, what we have called OPS around the clock.
Keeping the athletes, our players, at the center of HPD, basically of everything we do.
过去的1年，在冲破疫情，让乒乓球重回赛场方面，我们做了很多的工作。我们向世界证明，即使是在全球疫情蔓延的情况下，乒乓球这项体育运动仍将竭尽全力克服一切困难，为全球球迷呈现精彩的赛事内容。
The world's starting to know about the WTT brand. 1 year ago, we were still just a piece of paper and some marketing collateral saying World Table Tennis and the logo and what we're going to do. But now we've had events. Now the market knows what World Table Tennis is doing, and we're able to be able to sell our product. And we're going to be doing that more and more in the future.
It's now our time to shine in the competitive world of sports business. It's now time to change gears and put the afterburners back on and show the world what World Table Tennis can do in the next years with a positive, constructive teamwork approach.
加油 ITTF， 加油 WTT。
Behind the TLAB were the thinking that we need a better knowledge what is explained. And what we did is Carsten received a lot of education from the different device suppliers. We had a huge ring test between Butterfly, Double Happiness, ESN and the ESCAT set. This is the additional external lab which we still continue to work with. And the next step in the future will be hopefully to include dynamic properties. This is the future, I guess, and also the digitalization is part of the future.
With the direction given by the current strategic plan, and it has helped towards making early, difficult decisions, which has left ITTF in a stronger position than several international sports federations.
The new approach has forced us to relook at not only the ITTF strategic plan, but also at our own overall structure.
The fact that we now have these three new organisations that are, empowered to focus on their specific remits, but needing to bring that all together as a whole to ensure that it worked for the best of the sport.
Starting with 2020 financials, of course, how to minimize the impact of the pandemic. As ITTF President Thomas Weikert said at that time, there is no good solutions, there is only solutions. We had to take brave decisions, and not always pleasant ones. It included cuts in salaries and cuts in programs.
But overall, our assets have decreased slightly during a pandemic period by roughly 1.6 million. When we look at revenue, you can see the total revenue decreased quite significantly. When looking at our overall expenses, obviously with less competitions taking place, there was less expenses as well.
During the year, we also worked on the reporting following the IFRS with a lot of changes and agility. We do see the need for external investment.
The ITTF is putting an extra effort to make sure everyone can have the best possible information ahead of our AGM.
In 2020, together, we achieved the incorporation of the Integrity Unit and the ITTF Tribunal as independent investigation and prosecution bodies.
We, the Rules Committee, have well noted that some special attention this time is given to integrity, good governance and ethic regulation.
Today, you will see and listen to their presentation carefully, and I wish them all the best and luck.
We know we have to develop an excellent project, and I'm convinced that you will like it a lot. For that, we want to host the World Table Tennis Championship in 2024.
We are doing a multi-city bid for this vast and beautiful country, which is India. All these three cities are really sports-loving cities, very popular for table tennis, and world-class stadium and sports infra they boast of, basically.
Busan was only able to experience the preparation process in 2020. The city is more than ready to host the 2024 World Table Tennis Championship. It will captivate the eyes and ears of table tennis players and fans alike. Rest assured, it will truly be the greatest event in the history of the World Championship.
For the sole candidate for the presidency, Mrs. Petra Serling from Sweden.
Ever since I was a child, I have loved the sound of the bouncing table tennis ball, the atmosphere and the community around the sport. The sport of table tennis has brought me a tremendous amount of joy. It has in many different ways helped me to shape me to the person I am today. Hi, I'm Petra Serling, and I want to take table tennis to the next level and make the ITTF the front runner of a modern, diverse and unified world-class sport federation. My goal is to unite the ITTF family and to make international table tennis stronger than ever.
Thank you very much. So we go directly to point number 11 of the agenda. This is the reports from the executive committee members. Are there any questions or remarks to one of the reports? It's not the case. Point number 13, this is the annual reports from the continental federations, and you see in the reports that unfortunately Anthony Ho, we saw it, passed away because of COVID, and he made this report before he passed away, so it's a very special report and moment to say that again. Any questions or remarks to the reports of the continental federations? Thank you. Number 14, annual reports from the staff and Ethic Commission. Also no questions or remarks. Then the last one before the coffee break are the annual reports from the committees. I ask again if there are questions or remarks. No, thank you very much. The plan is, now it's round about 10:05, to have a 15 minutes coffee break until 10:20. Please be here on time, and we then start with the finances, point number 16. Thank you very much, Raul.
Yeah, and one small announcement for those delegates traveling on Friday. If you need a PCR test organized by the organizing committee, please remember that the tests are from 8 to 12, from 8 to 12 today in the level 3 in the Hilton Hotel. Only in case you are traveling outside the United States on Friday and you need a PCR test. Thank you very much.
So we go ahead with the agenda, and before we have the finance, point number 16, the Secretary General of the Falkland Islands, Mr. Cecile Alexander, has now joined us online, so I give him the floor to say some words. Please.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone, and President Houston, and good afternoon to everybody else that is joining us. As just mentioned, my name is Cecil Alexander, and I'm the chairman of the Falkland Islands Table Tennis Association. Firstly, thank you for your support and approving us to become a member of ITTF. I think this is exciting times for us. We are a very small country, and we definitely need your support to grow further. There is a lot that we can do, and we have a lot of goals, but I don't want to share too many of that at this present time because I know there is many other points on the agenda to discuss. We have big aspirations to grow the sport locally. We also have aspirations to go to Birmingham next year if we manage to get some of our athletes in through the bipartite invitation system. And we look forward to this journey. And please reach out to us, help us where you can, so that we also can grow the sport. We thank you for this opportunity and wish you a good day further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecile, and welcome in the ITTF family. So now, point number 16, and our Vice President Finance will go ahead with this point.
Thank you, Thomas. Good morning, table tennis friends. This year's report of the finance situation is of course very different than other years before because of the pandemic. How to minimize the impact of the pandemic in business and performance, of course, was our highest priority also in the ITTF. Already in March 2020, we created a task force group to work and to take decisions from day to day. You have already followed our video session, our financial forum, but also here you will be able to have a full report from our CFO, Michael Brown, and also our auditor, Mr. Michael Ackerman. Over to the two, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the delegates here in Houston, as well as all around the world. As Petra mentioned, the 2020 financial situation has been unique for not just the ITTF, but all organizations around the world. Giving a little bit of an introduction, obviously there was a tougher year due to COVID-19 for our 2020 financial statements, and also will have an ongoing impact in 2021, as well as the following years. Fortunately, the ITTF did make some decisive and brave decisions at the beginning of the pandemic, which has allowed us to have a more stable financial situation as of today. And obviously, the overall consolidation of the ITTF group finances, including ITTF World Table Tennis, the ITTF Foundation, as well as other subsidiaries. So when looking to present a very brief overview today of the 2020 financial statements, as during the Finance Forum as part of the AGM video conferences, we did go through a detailed line-by-line understanding of how the financial statements have been presented. So just looking to give it a high-level overview showing our financial position, which does remain or show that ITTF is still a stable organization from a financial sense, with current assets currently over $10 million US and fixed assets just shy of $7 million, and we do have a positive debt ratio as well. With regards to revenue overall, we did have a good 3-4 years of growth in our revenue. Obviously, 2020 did have that significant impact due to the cancellation or suspension of various competitions around the world, and also the postponement of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. With regards to our expenses, we have been a significant change in investing in spending to grow and develop our sport in many different facets and areas, which also aligns with the work done in regards to the implementation of the strategic plan over the last 4 years. When we look at our overall balance history over the last 5 years, we do see, unfortunately, the 4-year quadrennial period did have an overall financial loss from 2017 to 2020. However, considering how much Olympic revenue funds we still had retained, and also considering some initial high-level costs in 2017, we have seen still a positive growth overall for the ITTF's finances, which has been quite positive. As mentioned, I won't go through any of the detailed specific numbers because we do have the video conference of the Finance Forum roughly a month ago, and of course any questions would be welcomed in regards to the financial statements. However, I would also like to pass over to Mr. Michael Ackerman to provide the auditor's report before looking to take any potential questions.
Thank you, Michael. Dear Mr. President, dear Executive Vice President for Finance, dear representatives of the national associations. As statutory auditors, we have audited the 2020 consolidated financial statements of ITTF. The preparation of those consolidated financial statements is under the responsibility of the Board of Directors, represented by the Finance and Audit Committee. As auditor, our role is to issue an opinion on those financial statements. We perform our audit in accordance with Swiss auditing standards. In our audit opinion, issued on July 19, 2021, we confirm that the consolidated financial statements comply with Swiss law and that an internal control system exists. As a consequence, we recommend you to approve the 2020 financial statements presented to you. Thank you.
Just to confirm, for the next step, we are approving all of the 4 different propositions together. So if there are no questions in relation to the 2020 financial statements, I would then look to provide an update on the 2021 financial forecast for this year.
Yes, Michael, we decided to go and take all of them at the same time when we approve in Lumi, so just go on, and please, if there is any questions, we are ready for them. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to a 2021 updated budget in relation to the ongoing challenges that are being faced during the pandemic, and also as we start to restart table tennis again, and obviously very exciting for everyone to be here for the World Table Tennis Championships. So presented at the 2020 ITTF AGM, we had a forecasted loss for 2021 being up to close to $10 million US. However, the ongoing impacts of COVID-19, we have been able to reduce this forecasted loss quite dramatically. This has been part in relation to the unfortunate lack of events that have been able to take place, which has obviously reduced spending, but also taking conscious decisions made by management throughout the year to help reduce our expenses as well. The release of the Olympic funds may still be adjusted depending upon the final revenue share we would receive from the International Olympic Committee, which will most likely be confirmed in the first quarter of 2022. And of course, the latest expenditure in relation to investment in developing and growing the sport through our development and member relation areas as well. When looking at some of the financial figures, so comparing on the right-hand side, we do have our 2020 audited financial statement figures, and then in 2021, we have been able to reduce our overall deficit. As I mentioned before, we were initially forecasting roughly a $10 million deficit. However, we are looking now at around $4.4 million US, and then that will also lead into a bit of an update for the 2021 to 2024 financial forecast, also in regards to looking for further investment in how we can grow and develop our sport even further. With regards to the 2021 to 2024 forecast update, so for 2021, 2022, 2023 and 2024, we do see negative balances. However, this would be counteracted by looking to have external investment to help be able to achieve the ambitious goals that table tennis is looking to implement over the coming years. In addition to that, I think the key part that is relevant as well is the overall revenue growth, or the forecasted revenue growth, where we do look to see quite significant growth, assuming we would be able to host international events around the world. So as you can see, from 2020 through to 2024, quite a significant growth in revenue, which will hopefully then allow us to invest further into the development and growth of the sport. And if we are able to achieve those high figures in the $60 to $70 million range, of course the investment back into the sport will be significant. So if there's no questions in relation to the 2021 finances or the 2021 to 2024, we do have one final comment to make prior to then going to a series of voting for these 4 different items to be confirmed. So the final point is in relation to the appointment of the auditors as well, where the Finance and Audit Committee had also recommended that we do reappoint Mazars as our auditors again for 2021, and with a new Finance and Audit Committee to be formed following the Board of Directors meeting, we would then look to undertake a new process in 2022 following the new appointment of the Finance and Audit Committee. So now we should head over to have the confirmation through Lumi of the 4 different items.
Thank you very much, Michael. And before going to Lumi, I also would like to take the opportunity to thank the Finance and Audit Committee for all their hard and supportive work. Thank you. So over to Lumi to ratify the budget, and can we have it on the screen?
Sorry, now is when, before going to the ratification of the work, we go for the voting. So we are now getting the signal back to Lumi headquarters in Liverpool, United Kingdom, please. And then we will proceed with the 4 questions in one shot. Can we spotlight?
Okay, hello. Hello, this is Lumi offices here. We're ready for the combined vote. So if everyone is ready, we will start to show the voting, and we will open it now. So the 4 questions that you are being asked to vote on are: question 6, do you approve the financial statements of 2020? Question 7, do you accept the 2021 updated budget? Question 8, do you accept the 2021 to 2024 updated quadrennial forecast. And question 9, do you agree to retain Mazars as the 2021 auditor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just for everyone's benefit, you will be seeing 4 separate motions to vote on. So you will need to click yes, no, or abstain on each motion. So you will be voting 4 times in one go. You may need to scroll down on your computer or your iPad to see the other motions, but you will be voting 4 times, and once we close the vote on all 4 votes, we will then display the results for each one separately. So one final reminder, you may need to scroll down on your browser web page or your iPad to see the remaining motions that we are asking you to vote on. There is 4, and the very last one is question 9. So you'll be voting on questions 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, we've got most of the votes in now, but we're just going to allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. Okay, and the voting is now closed. Thank you. Okay, so the results for question 6, whether you approve the financial statements of 2020, we had 143 valid votes cast. Of those, 142 were yes, 1 no, so we have a clear majority for that motion. The next question 7 was, do you accept the 2021 updated budget? We had 144 valid votes cast. Of those, 143 yes, 1 no, so again, we have a clear majority on that motion. Question 8 was, do you accept the 2021-2024 updated quadrennial forecast? The valid votes cast were 141. Of those, 132 were yes, 2 were no. 139 were yes and 2 were no, and so we have a clear majority on that. And lastly, question 9 in this set of questions, do you agree to retain Mazars as the 2021 auditor? We had 133 valid votes cast. Of those, 131 were yes and 2 were no. So again, we have a clear majority for that motion. And I hand back to the chair. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all the delegates for this voting and for the confirmations and the trust, of course. So before the 2 Michaels are going down, thank you, Michael Ackermann. But moment, Mr. Brown, I didn't say you have to go down. So please stand up. Michael Brown, I don't know if you know that, he is Australian, but I'm not sure if he will change his passport, because he is here for, I think, 5 months and working hard with the Houston Organizing Committee, and I would like to thank him for this work. It was not so easy. He didn't see his home, Australia, for a long time. And yeah, thank you very much, Michael. And now you can go down if you like. Okay, point number 17, ratification of the work done by the Board of Directors and the Executive Committee. And I think we have again a vote, and back to Lumi.
So, Katie, back to you in United Kingdom.
Thank you very much. So we're now ready to start the next vote. Question 10. Do you ratify the work done by the Board of Directors and the Executive Committee since the last annual general meeting? And we will start the voting now. Thank you. Okay, so we've had most of the votes in, but we'll just allow another 15 seconds. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you everyone. The vote is now closed. Okay, so we had 142 valid votes cast. Of those, 136 were yes, only 6 were no. So we have a clear majority for that motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the trust. And yeah, the new executive committee can go ahead and try, I'm sure, their best. Point number 18's governance review. You know, in the last times we had a lot of changes in good governance and ethic and so on, and I have the pleasure to introduce and to invite Mr. Igor Ibarola, sorry for that, who is the chair of the ITTF Tribunal and lawyer in Switzerland. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. Mr. President, dear members of the Executive Committee, of the Board of Directors, dear Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the ITF. Most of you don't know me, so if you allow me, I will just say a few words to introduce myself. I'm a Swiss and Spanish citizen. I'm a Swiss qualified lawyer and a CEDR accredited mediator. CEDR, for those who don't know, is a center for mediation in London. I completed my undergraduate studies in law in 1992 in Lausanne, and then a Master of Law at McGill University in Montreal before being accredited, as I just said, as a mediator by CEDR. After practicing for 9 years as a lawyer, I joined the Court of Arbitration for Sport in 2003, where I worked as a CAS counsel until 2007. Thereafter, I started my own business, a small law firm, small boutique law firm in Lausanne called Libra Law. We are 4 partners, 3 men and a woman, plus other lawyers and administrative staff. For the past 18 years, I have been involved mostly in sports law, in many cases of various nature, first as a CAS counsel and thereafter as a legal advisor for institutional and private entities or parties before the CAS, but also before the Swiss Federal Tribunal and the sports bodies of many diverse international sports federations. I am also the president of the disciplinary committee of the Swiss Basketball Federation and a member, an active member of the board of the Swiss Association of Sports Law. That's a lot, but that's it about me. Now, a few words about my appointment as chair of the ITTF Tribunal. Please let me say that I'm sincerely honored and humbled to have been appointed as chair of the ITTF Tribunal. I'm even prouder for having been elected for this mission in the first ever and inaugural tribunal of the ITTF. My joy and pride does, however, not undermine the responsibility that the ITTF Tribunal members, including myself, are assuming to render fair and independent justice. We want and we will render this justice, treating all parties appearing before the ITTF equally, impartially, fairly, and with all the required due process. The ITTF Tribunal has been implemented in 2021, as you know. In spite of the difficult circumstances that have changed our lives during these last 18 months, the ITTF Secretariat and the Executive Committee have been able to set up and implemented successfully this tribunal. They have put in place an efficient organization and logistics, and they have also adopted the procedural regulations under which the ITTF Tribunal will render justice. Therefore, as of now, the ITTF Tribunal is fully prepared and equipped to deal with any possible dispute for its resolution. Together with me, the ITTF Tribunal comprises a distinguished panel of 3 ladies and 3 men coming from all over the world. Please let me introduce them, or at least mention their name. Ms. Anna Smirnova from Russia, Ms. Morenike Obi Farinde from Nigeria, Ms. Sally Clark from the United Kingdom, Mr. Faisal Asnain from the United Arab Emirates, Mr. Olivier Ducret from Switzerland, and Mr. Lau Kok Keng from Singapore. What have been the activities of the ITTF Tribunal in 2021? In 2021, the ITTF Tribunal has issued only one decision that you may have perhaps read, because I believe that it's been posted on the ITTF website. It was a simple decision on an application of interim measures, provisional measures, relating to a decision issued by the ITTF Executive Committee. The application was eventually dismissed because it was aimed at the EXCO members themselves rather than at the EXCO as a legal or entity, legal body of the ITTF. The proceedings were eventually terminated and there was no award issued on the merits. Apart from this decision, the ITTF Tribunal members have been working on the review of the rules of the ITTF handbook, which are applicable to the judicial proceedings, and they have proposed a certain number of amendments. We hope to receive the support of the ITTF Board of Directors for their adoption after tomorrow, hopefully. And thank you very much in advance for that. To conclude, my fellow members of the ITTF Tribunal and I are sincerely blessed for their appointment. Please be assured that we are all fully prepared and committed to fulfill our task to guarantee that the ITTF retains the utmost reputation of an outstanding Olympic sports federation, and that we will abide with the top world-level rules of good governance. We are conscious that this is a true challenge and a very significant responsibility for all of us. Our commitment is to deliver justice with the highest standards, meeting the expectation of both the ITTF as the Olympic International Sports Federation and also the expectations of all members of the international tennis family, and to generate eventually a sense of trust in the peaceful and soft enforcement of the ITTF regulations. And to finish, I will say that we hope, however, that ITTF family will need our services of the ITTF Tribunal as little as possible. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a very nice AGM and a successful World Championship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Are there any questions or remarks from you to Jorge? Not the case? Then thank you very much for coming and for telling you your thoughts. Thank you. So, I have the pleasure for point number 19 to give the floor, and he is very happy to do that, as usual, to Raul for point number 19, propositions and resolutions. Please. But we will help you all, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, for this gift. And as I am also learning to delegate, I would like to invite in the podium our legal counsel, Mr. Dylan Ma, so we make sure that I present the easy propositions and I make the difficult ones for him, as he is the last to come to the family. Of course, it's a joke. As you see, today we have several propositions presented by the ITTF Executive Committee, as well as some propositions from other entities, either member associations or committees, as well as the resolutions. we will give to you today two updates in case you were not following the governance session on the 8th of November in regards to one withdrawal of one of the propositions received, as well as the conversion of one proposition into a resolution, and then also I will pass the word specifically on proposition number 8 to Mr. President. But for now, we will start with proposition number 1, and for that I invite Mr. Dylan Ma to the podium, please.
Thank you again, Mr. Secretary General. So I will start with Proposition A01. So as our Tribunal Chair, Mr. George Ibarrola, has mentioned, this first proposition is put forward by the EC, but it was recommended on request by the ITTF Tribunal. Firstly, it's a simple cleanup and rephrasing of some words. But secondly, it is to clarify that the Article 1.2.3.6, this form of sanction should first be recommended by the Executive Committee before being appealed to the ITTF Tribunal, and to clarify that disputes resolutions within the ITTF can be resolved by the ITTF Tribunal as well as appealed to CAS subsequently. So that is the crux of Proposition A01.
Thank you, Dylan. In this point, I would like to ask on behalf of the Executive Committee if there is any person that wants to speak about this proposition. And if not, either on the room or on the chat, then I pass back to Lumi and we can start with the voting of this proposition number 1.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're ready here for the vote. Question 11. So is whether Proposition A01 presented by the ITTF Executive Committee, and the voting will be open now. Okay, we'll allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we will now stop the voting. Okay, so we had 137 valid votes cast. Of those, 131 were yes, 6 were no, giving us 95%, which is over the 2/3 majority required to pass this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lumi and the notary. And now we go with the proposition number 2. Proposition number 2 is presented also by the ITTF Executive Committee and related to some proposed amendments in articles, as you can see on the screen and as you can see on your working books. Basically, as you probably know, we have not been improving or updating our objectives in the ITTF Constitution, and it was time to already recognize the para-table tennis as part of our family since 2008. Also, especially after the pandemic we have been living, to advocate for the physical and mental health of the players and officials. And of course, even if it is already understood, to also put in paper the recognition as the ITTF as the governing body that represents our sport in front of the IOC and the IPC. And the other two updates, as you can see always in green, are related to ensure that the ITTF electoral appointment regulations and the integrity regulations are part of the Constitution as well. And last but not least, and this is also a recommendation from both ASOIF and the International Olympic Committee to ensure that the ITTF preserves the world governing authority in the sport and also in the new modalities as the esports and the gaming. Is there any question in relation to this Proposition A02? I don't see questions online and I don't see questions here, so back to Lumi, please.
Okay, so we're now ready for the vote on Proposition A02, which again is presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The voting is now open. Okay, we've had most of the votes already in, but we'll allow another 15 seconds. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you. We have now stopped the voting. So we received 142 valid votes cast. Of those, 139 yes, only 3 no. We have 97%, which is more than the 2/3 majority required, so the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lumi. And now we go for Proposition number 3, which will be presented by our legal counsel.
Proposition 3 pertains to Article 1.2.3, which relates to the sanctioning powers of the Executive Committee before the AGM and the EGM. Currently, our threshold for a sanction to be met out is that the association must have seriously and persistently failed to maintain certain principles of the Constitution, decisions of the ITTF, etc. Through our experiences this year, this threshold is fairly high and difficult to reach, and therefore the core proposition within this provision is to lower the threshold from seriously and persistently to a more flexible, wider one, such as serious, repeated, or continuous breach. Secondly, it is to tidy up the phrasing of this article so that it is more reader-friendly for readers.
Is there any question for this Proposition A03, either on the floor or in the online? If not the case, back to Lumi.
Okay, thank you. So we're now ready for the vote on Proposition A03, again presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The voting is now open. Okay, so once again, we'll allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. The voting is now closed. So we received 144 valid votes cast. Of those, 139 yes, 5 no. So that's over 96%, which is more than the 2/3 majority required. So the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go to the proposition number 4, also presented by the Executive Committee and also presented to you by our legal counsel.
Proposition A04 is a straightforward one. The deletion has already been covered by the Proposition A01 being passed. It has already been clarified under Proposition A01 that the association that has been suspended or expelled may appeal firstly to the ITTF Tribunal before appealing to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Therefore, the deleted words are no longer necessary for this provision. Instead, the amendment is to clarify that sanctions of a member association under this provision is not exclusive to Article 1.2.3, but rather there are other rules of regulations, such as through the ITTF Code of Ethics, that the member associations may be sanctioned under. So this Proposition A04, it's a simple one that's meant for clarity.
Are there any questions or comments on the floor or online? If not the case, we pass back to Lumi for voting.
Okay, thank you. So we're ready here for the vote on Proposition A04, which again is presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The voting is now open. Okay, so again, we'll just allow another 15 seconds to allow for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. So the voting is now closed. Okay, so we received 138 valid votes cast. Of those, 131 yes, 7 no, which is over 94% in favour, which meets the two-thirds majority requirement. So the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lumi. And the next proposition to be presented is the proposition number 5, also presented on behalf of the Executive Committee, and is with the intention to finally, after many years of cooperation between Latin American Table Tennis Union and North American Table Tennis Union, to unify as a continent, explicitly recognized in the ITTF handbook, but as well also to clarify in a more precise way that the ITTF recognize same like International Olympic Committee and same like the International Paralympic Committee, 5 continents. Is there any comment or any question in regard to this proposition? It seems it's not the case, so back to Lumi.
Thank you. We are ready here now for the vote on Proposition A05, again presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The voting is now open. Thank you. We will just allow another 15 seconds now for the remaining votes. Okay, thank you. The voting is now closed. So we received 138 valid votes cast. Of those, 132 yes, only 6 no, which again is over 95%, which meets the two-thirds majority requirement. and so the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lumi Headquarters. Before passing to Propositions 6 and 7 that will be presented by our legal counsel, I want to thank all the support given by the Rules Committee during this period in preparation and update and enhancement of these propositions from the Executive Committee. I agreed with Mr. Sporrer that we will make very clear, otherwise he will be unhappy with me, that of course you will see that Propositions 6 and 7 include not only changes to the Constitution, but as well changes to the chapters 6 and 8. And of course, this is due to the fact that when we are introducing new chapters in the ITTF handbook, it's necessary to make sure that they are in harmony with whatever decision the AGM is taking. So as agreed with Mr. Sporrer, I want to precise, as you well know, Board of Directors is in the responsibility of all what is not Chapter 1, Constitution, Chapter 2, Rules, but in this particular case, when we create new chapters, and likewise we did the last year with the creation of the ITTF Tribunal chapter, is why we are presenting jointly to the ITTF AGM, which in fact requires 2/3 majority, which is higher threshold that the Board of Directors simple majority require. And now, back to you, Dylan.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. So Proposition 6, if you bear with me, it's a slightly more substantial one, but nevertheless it's a necessary one for improving the governance of the ITTF. So as you would note, in the 2020 AGM, the proposition was passed to establish the independent ITTF Integrity Unit as well as the ITTF Tribunal. To further improve our governance, the main 3 points for this Proposition 6 is firstly, to consolidate different aspects of sports integrity such as anti-doping, code of ethics, harassment, so on and so forth, to a single body so that they do not need to be dealt with different bodies, which makes it clearer and easier to understand for both the claimants and the respondents for potential claims. So the idea is to centralize the investigative and prosecutorial power of the ITTF to the ITTF Integrity Unit. That's the first point. The second point is to clarify and to resolve any overlaps of the current ITTF Ethics Commission with the Integrity Unit. As you know, currently the ITTF Ethics Commission's mandate is within the ITTF Code of Ethics. However, with the Integrity Unit coming on board and the Integrity Unit needing an independent supervisory body to oversee their operations, it makes little sense to have the Ethics Commission that takes an overlapping role with the Integrity Unit. Therefore, the idea is to subsume the ITTF Ethics Commission into the Integrity Unit and expand the mandate of the Ethics Commission and to rename them as the Integrity Board. Therefore, the Integrity Board will oversee not just the Code of Ethics, but all other sports integrity regulations within the ITTF handbook, such as anti-doping, code of ethics, harassment, so on and so forth. The third point is to set out clearly what are the regulations that govern the ITTF Integrity Unit. This you can find in the annex to Proposition 6. Within the ITTF Integrity Regulations, the first part of it talks about the governance of the Integrity Unit itself, such as what and who makes up the Integrity Unit. That has already mentioned, that would be the 3 independent members of the Integrity Board, as well as our Head of Integrity who was recently appointed, Mr. Kevin Carpenter. The second part of the ITTF Integrity Regulation talks about the procedures of how the ITTF Integrity Unit would go about conducting its intelligence, its investigation, and its prosecution. So with that, we hope to shed greater clarity to the proceedings relating to sports integrity within the ITTF. I would also add and thank Mr. Kevin Carpenter for overseeing and supervising the drafting of the ITTF Integrity Regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there are any questions, it's now the time to make them. Otherwise, back to Lumi for voting.
Okay, Okay, thank you. So we're now ready for the vote on Proposition A06, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. So we'll allow another 15 seconds for the voting. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we received 144 valid votes cast. Of those, 138 yes, 6 no, which is over 95% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority, and the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as earlier mentioned, proposition number 7 will be also presented by our legal counsel.
Proposition 7 relates to the overall process of electing and appointing key officials of the ITTF. This includes the Board of Directors, the Executive Committees, various permanent committees, the Integrity Board, the ITTF Tribunal, as well as individual commissioners. Now, it is clear that these persons occupy a very important role within our organizations, and therefore, it makes good sense to make sure that the overall process of reviewing and appointing or electing these persons to the organization is scrutinized and safeguarded. And I'd like to thank the Nominations Committee for the support and supervising the drafting of the ITTF electoral and appointment regulations. And this proposition is to include the finalized version of the ITTF electoral and appointment regulations into our ITTF handbook. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Are there any questions or comments on this proposition? And if that's not the case, we go back to Lumi.
Okay, thank you. We're ready now for the vote on Proposition A07, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. Okay, so we'll just have another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. The vote is now closed. So on that vote, we received 143 valid votes cast. Of those, 141 were yes, 2 no, so that's over 98% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority required. So the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for Proposition A08, I would like to pass the word back to the Chair, to the President. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Proposition number 8 was presented by the Executive Committee. In our last meeting on Monday, we decided that we withdraw this proposition. As you know, the proposition was that one delegate or member from the WTT and from the ITTF Foundation could also be member of the Executive Committee. And we saw that it's too early now to do that because it's a change of the structure of our constitution. We have only elected persons in the EC, So we withdraw and we will work together with you on maybe another proposition like that. Yeah, you can.
Just to add a little bit there, and I think it's important just to note that, as you know, with the ITTF growing and expanding and becoming bigger as a sport and introducing new entities like World Table Tennis and the Foundation, the original intention of this proposition, as I understood from the Executive Committee, was to show with unity that all of the entities are working very closely together and as one family and as the ITTF group. So I would highly recommend that the new Executive Committee, regardless of being a voting member of the committee or not, continues on this pathway and ensures that World Table Tennis and the Foundation are always working as one in the best interest of the table tennis family, and hopefully with the new president Petra that they are very well included in the Executive Committee family.
Thank you, Steve. So proposition number 8 is withdrawn, and back to Raul.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The next proposition to be presented on behalf of the Executive Committee is proposition number 9. And the idea with proposition number 1 is to remove the point 1.5.10.6 of the Constitution and then to number the following paragraphs, obviously, as well as to clarify in 1.5.3.3 that when removing 1.5.10.6, if there are Continental Federation presidents that are also members of the ITTF Executive Committee, then in that case the Continental Federation may appoint another member of their highest executive body for the ITTF board. The intention with this first part of the proposition is to ensure that there are no restrictions for continental presidents to be sitting on the executive committee, as it happens in many international federations around the world, particularly in the Olympic sports. The second part is, of course, to ensure that this continental association that eventually will have a member in the executive committee will not be detrimented and having one less member on the board of directors. Is there any question or comment in this proposition? If that's not the case, then back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we're now ready for the vote on Proposition A09, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee, and the voting is now open. So we'll just allow another 15 seconds for the votes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the vote is now closed. So we have received 142 valid votes cast. Of those, 100 in favour and 42 against. That is still a 70% majority, which is above the 2/3 majority required. So the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lumi. And now we move to proposition number 10, which is also presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. This proposition I am also asking our legal counsel to present for you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Proposition 10 is a straightforward one to clarify the powers of the Executive Committee. It is generally provided that the powers of the Executive Committee will be exercised by way of simple majority. Of course, for operational efficacy reasons, the Executive Committee can decide to delegate its powers, but if it does so, whether expressly or impliedly, the delegation of power may be revoked at any time by the Executive Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on this proposition number 10? And if that's not the case, back to Lumi.
Okay, thank you. So we are now ready for the vote on Proposition A10 presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. So again, we'll just allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. The voting is now closed. So we have received 140 valid votes cast on that proposition. Of those, 133 yes, 7 no, that's 95% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority. So the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we continue with proposition number 11, which will be also introduced by our legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Proposition 11 is a non-controversial one where we codify the duties of the Executive Committee. These duties already either exist expressly in law or otherwise by general principles of sports law. This includes principles to act in good faith when they are carrying out their responsibilities, to use due care, diligence, and skills that a reasonable executive committee would exercise, to disclose and safeguard against any conflict of interest, to maintain confidentiality, so on and so forth. While these provisions are either provided expressly or impliedly in law, we thought that it would be prudent to clarify and state this clearly within the ITTF handbook, and that is the reason for this insertion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Legal Counsel, any questions or comments in this proposition number 11? Mr. Paul Shields, the Chair of the Equipment Committee, if we can pass the microphone. Paul, can you raise the hand? Yeah.
Thank you. I relate to the point 154316. I wonder if we should add to a constitution such peculiar and vague definition as any reasonable executive committee member. Can I ask you, who among you is the most reasonable executive committee member?
Thank you, Mr. Shields. And now, as the President passed me the ball before, I will ask the President if he wants me to respond or if I can ask him to respond.
Here everybody is reasonable. I don't know what to answer to that. Yeah.
Thomas, maybe we can ask the legal counsel if he can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Paul Shields, for that question. Well, to clarify that the standard of reasonableness is commonly adopted in law, so it's to be objectively ascertained, and it is a conduct that it's, of course, in a sense it's vague, but it's not arbitrary because we expect the highest body of our leadership to act in a reasonable way. The exact definition could, of course, be guided by case law, such as those found in the jurisprudence of the Court of Arbitration for Sport. So I hope that satisfies your questions, that it is a standard that is commonly adopted in law and is applied to, for example, company directors to always act in a capacity of a reasonable director.
Thank you, Dylan. Any other comments or questions? And if that's not the case, we pass back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are now ready for the vote on Proposition A11, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. So we will allow again another 15 seconds for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. Thank you. So we received 140 valid votes cast. Of those, 133 were yes, 7 were no. That's 95% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority required, and the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we continue with proposition number 12, which will be also presented by our legal counsel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Proposition A13 is a straightforward one to clarify what happens in the case of vacancies in the Executive Committee.
12.
Is the A12? I apologize. So A12 talks about the regulations and the governance of the meetings of the Executive Committee. Now, in our current ITTF handbook, we already have such regulations to guide the meetings of our ITTF Tribunal as well as the Integrity Board. Therefore, it is to provide a little bit of framework to guide and regulate the meetings of the Executive Committee. So it touches on the high-level points such as the quorum, to clarify any doubts that meetings can be conducted remotely. These are the broad guidelines, and anything specific will be regulated by the Executive Committee themselves through its terms of references or such other documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. And there are any questions or comments to this proposition number 12? If that's not the case, back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready for the vote on Proposition A12, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. So again, we will allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 137 valid votes cast. Of those, 135 yes, 2 no. That's over 98% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority required, and so the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move to the proposition number 13, that will be also presented by our legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. So as I previously mentioned, it is a straightforward one to clarify what happens in the case of vacancies in the Executive Committee, and that will be dealt with by way of simple majority of the Executive Committee. Thank you.
Are there any questions in regard to this proposition number 13? If that's not the case, back to Lumi.
Okay, thank you. So we are ready for the vote on Proposition A13, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee, and the vote is now open. So again, we'll allow another 15 seconds for the final votes to come in. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 140 valid votes. Of those, 137 were yes, 3 were no. That's over 97% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority. So the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move now to proposition number 14, also introduced to you by our legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Proposition A14 deals with suspension and removal of executive committee members. As it is at the present, we have no specific provision that is spelled out clearly in our ITTF handbook or constitution, and therefore this addition hopes to fill that gap to provide greater clarity on the requirements to take such a dire and severe sanction. So firstly, to deal with suspension, both suspension and removal requires quite a high threshold to meet within the ITTF Executive Committee. It is by 2/3 majority. And specifically for suspension, the requirements are that the alleged Executive Committee member must have been charged with a commission of a criminal or disciplinary offense of sports regulation or criminal offense in general. Or it could be in the ITTF Executive Committee's reasonable opinion that he has breached one of his duties spelled out under the ITTF Constitution. The conditions for removal is even higher. That is when the alleged Executive Committee member has repeatedly, seriously, or continuously breached their duties under the Constitution, or otherwise failed to meet the conditions that was imposed by the Executive Committee for lifting the suspension that was already handed out in the first mentioned provision. The last part of this edition talks about notice to be given to the alleged person, such as giving them enough time to present their case, not less than 48 hours. And of course, lastly, the Executive Committee member who is suspended or removed can appeal the decision of the Executive Committee to the Tribunal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dylan, is there any question on the floor or online? If that's not the case, I'm back to Lumi.
So we're ready here for the vote on Proposition A14 presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. So we'll allow again another 15 seconds for the final votes to come in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 142 valid votes. Of those, 140 yes, 2 no. That's over 98% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority required, and the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next proposition is proposition number 15, which is now also in your screens. And as you can see, it's also intended to permit the independent ITTF integrity unit and the tribunal to be able to submit their propositions and resolutions to the AGM. as you have seen this year, on the speech of the ITTF Tribunal, Mr. Ibarrola, but also on the speech of the ITTF President and Chair of the AGM, Mr. Weikart. This year, the Executive Committee is presenting to you, to the Annual General Meeting, and on 27th of November to the Board of Directors, propositions on behalf of the Head of Integrity and on behalf of the Tribunal, but it is important that in the future they can do directly without having to ask any other body. Any question or comment on this proposition? If not, we pass back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are now ready for the vote on Proposition A15, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee, and the vote is now open. So we will allow again another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. The vote is now closed. We have received 141 valid votes cast. Of those, 127 yes, 14 no, so that's over 90% in favour, which means the two-thirds majority required has been met and the proposition has been passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we continue with proposition number 16, that is the last one presented on behalf of the Executive Committee. And this is intended to clarify any doubt that the Board of Directors, likewise the AGM, can also have the meetings in a wholly or partially remoted way. Any comments or questions? If not, back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready here for the votes on Proposition A16, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. So we will allow again another 15 seconds for the final votes to come in. So the vote is now closed. Thank you. So we have received 142 valid votes cast. Of those, 139 yes, 3 no. That's over 97% in favour, which meets the two-thirds requirement, and the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before moving to the next proposition, and although we have still one more resolution presented by the Executive Committee, I have to say that Mr. Weikart was much faster than me in retaining the person he wanted to retain on the floor, as he saw that Mr. Michael Brown was leaving. I was not so successful in retaining Mr. Dylan Ma on the podium, but I want to thank on behalf of the Executive Committee and on my personal behalf all the work Mr. Dylan Ma has been doing to improve the ITTF regulations in close cooperation with the Rules Committee Chair and with the newly appointed ITTF Tribunal and the newly appointed Head of Integrity. Thank you very much, Dylan. The next proposition is from the Moroccan Table Tennis Association. I would like to check if Mr. Haji El Monkid is live on the meeting, as he wanted to say a few words. Monsieur Hadji, vous êtes là? And if not, I will speak on behalf of the Moroccan Table Tennis Federation President. Mr. Hadji El Monkid, President of Moroccan Table Tennis Federation, informed the AGM that Moroccan Table Tennis Association is withdrawing the Proposition A17. He expressed in the letter he sent to the ITTF that perhaps the intention of his proposition was not well understood, and he wants to maybe think in another way to present in the future to the membership. The next proposition is proposition number A18, and it is presented by the Athletes Commission. In this moment, I would like to invite Mr. Zoran Primorak to speak for this proposition.
Thank you, Raul. Proposition A18 was like the Athletes Declaration was adopted by the Olympic movement in October 2018. IOC strongly recommend to adopt this declaration as an example of a good governance. The declaration was created for the athletes, by the athletes, and it contains the rights and responsibilities which are in line with the Olympic movement and human rights. It was endorsed by many different sporting bodies, which you can see in the proposal. So, with the full support of ITTF Executive Committee, we, the Athletes Commission, highly recommend that we adopt this declaration as an example of a good governance. Thank you. Maybe I would like to invite Mr. Yu Sung-min as the IOC member to also say some words about that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, dear colleagues. And this is, as Joaquin mentioned, that really crucial of the promoting athlete voices, because we as all know about the athletes, the heart of our sports. Therefore, I would like to ask your strong support to this adapt of the proposition number 18 as on behalf of the IOC Athlete Commissions. Thank you.
A few words from the whole executive committee. We support this proposition in favor for the athletes. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoran. Thank you, Xiuming. Thank you, Mr. President. Is there any comment or question about this proposition? If not, back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready here for the vote on Proposition A18 presented by the Athletes Commission. And the vote is now open. So we'll allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 141 valid votes cast. Of those, 139 yes, 2 no. So that's over 98% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority required, and the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Thank you. And now we go with the proposition number 19, which is also presented by the Athletes Commission, so also presented by the Athletes Commission Chair.
Thank you, Raul. The athletes are the core of our sport. The athletes would like to be more proactive and well represented in the EC and to have representatives from both gender. We want to be an equal partner within the ITTF. Therefore, with this proposition, Athletes Commission seeks to ensure that both genders are equally represented, which is within the International Olympic Committee recommendations. Already 9 Olympic sports federations have at least 2 athletes in their executive boards. So we, in the Athletes Commission, strongly believe that this will be beneficial for the athletes and the ITTF to improve our good governance. Thank you. Maybe really also some
thank you. I believe that our sports is one of the strong as an international federation is gender equality. We have a same number of the participation. We have a same same amount of the prize money. Therefore, this is really crucial to encourage gender equality as a decision-making body. So also, I would like to kindly ask your strong support of it. Thank you very much.
And again, from all the executive committee, we also support this proposition.
Thank you to the Athletes Commission, to the IOC member, and to the ITTF President. Any comment or question in relation to this proposition? If not, back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready for the vote on Proposition A19, which is presented by the Athletes Commission. And the vote is now open. So we'll have the 15 more seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 142 valid votes cast. Of those, 109 yes, 33 no, which gives us over 76% in favour, which does meet the 2/3 majority required. So the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in this moment, jumping the protocol, I would like to congratulate the Athletes Commission and, of course, the IOC member for the excellent cooperation they have had with the Executive Committee on the last few years. And I think that this support the AGM is giving to them shows how the ITTF is understanding the important role the athletes play in our sport. The next proposition for today is presented by the Swedish Table Tennis Association, and then we will invite Mr. Thomas Busa to speak on its behalf.
Okay. Dear Mr. President, dear Mr. Secretary General, dear EC members, dear delegates, good evening, good morning, good day. The Swedish Table Tennis Association is a strong believer in the continental factor as an important part in building a new and stronger ITTF body. We are of the opinion that certain programs and event delivery, including the calendar, must be better aligned in the future. The intention with this proposition is to create the best possible meeting platform for quality input and decisions. This body should first and foremost secure the proper continental input for strategic decisions related to all world title events and the international calendar, with the table tennis events in the Olympic and Paralympic Games included. The ITTF Continental Council shall replace the ITTF Future Events Working Group, as well as the Olympic and Paralympic Commission, and also absorb the Development and Continental Council responsibilities. Therefore, we ask for your support in this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Busa, Secretary General of the Swedish Table Tennis Association. Is there any comment or question in regard to this proposition? If that's not the case, back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready for the vote on Proposition A20, which is presented by the Members Association of Sweden. The vote is now open. So we will allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 138 valid votes. Of those, 111 yes, 27 no. That's over 80% in favour, which meets the 2/3 majority required, and the proposition is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go with the proposition number 21, which is presented by the Equipment Committee. We would like to invite in this point Mr. Paul Shields, Chair of the Equipment Committee, to speak on its behalf.
Thank you. Dear delegates, I think our rationale is explaining very well why we propose this. We want to just to introduce to the rules what anyway exists. We have a handle, but it is never defined, for the record. We have also some damages that are allowed if they are accidental. But we have, we encounter in the tournaments items that are not accidental, that are made, for instance, you are rubbing on the, a little spot on the racket so that you can better attach your finger to it, or so on. And this is all allowed by the referees and should be allowed. I insist that the most important sentence is already there, provided that they do not significantly change the characteristics of the surface. That remains, and whatever is proposed here just considers the reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shields. Is anybody want to speak? I see Mr. Jang Sang-ma, the Chair of the Umpires and Referees Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. First, I would like to thank you to the Equipment Committee to improve our table tennis equipment all the time. On the Proposition A21, current their rule is quite satisfying. However, this proposal deserve our consideration. URC is of the view that the opinion of players are also very important in our decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. Is there any other question or comment? If that's not the case, we pass back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready for the vote on Proposition A21, which is presented by the Equipment Committee. The vote is now open. So we'll allow again another 15 seconds for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The vote is now closed. So we have received 128 valid votes cast. Of those, 116 yes, 12 no. That's over 90% in favour, which meets the 3/4 majority requirements for this proposition, and so it passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go with the next of the propositions that in this case has turned into resolution. In this point, I would like to see if we have any representative of the Iran Table Tennis Association online, either the President, Mr. Ali Gardashi, or the Secretary General, Mrs. Faisal Tabrisi, and if they want to speak on their behalf, and if not, I will speak on their behalf. If we have not any representative, the Iran Table Tennis Association would like to share with the delegates of this annual general meeting that in principle they were presenting this proposition with the intention to ensure equal opportunities for left-handed and right-handed players when they are competing in doubles. However, after consideration, due to the input they have received from several table tennis associations of Asia, they would like to change it to a resolution, and then being a resolution to provide opportunities for the ITTF to experiment this concept, and then maybe in the future it can be put forward as a proposition when the concept has been tested. Therefore, it's a resolution now with a simple majority requested. Is there any comment or question? If not, back to, Mr. Jan Samma from Umpires and Referees Committee Chairmanships.
Thank you very much. The Iranian Association has initiated in the past many good ideas and suggestions, which I highly appreciate. Proposition A22 is another example of these initiatives. And there is also, we do not have enough information on the effects of this proposal. So I think that the modification of this proposal is also very welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ma. If there are no, Mr. Michael Anderson, Sweden.
Swedish Association would like to congratulate the Iranian Association for a very innovative suggestion for the doubles to gain more traction within the competition system in the ITTF. This is a good proposal. It should be tested immediately, and it will be an added value to our sport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. And if there are no further comments, we will pass back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we're ready for the vote on resolution A07, which is originally a proposition turned to resolution presented by the Member Association of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And the vote for this is now open. So again, we'll allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 135 valid votes cast. Of those, 116 yes, 19 no. That's over 85% in favour, which meets the simple majority requirement, and the resolution is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go with the next of the, in this case, we move forward to the resolutions. We have now the resolution number 2, as we have already presented earlier in the morning, the resolution number 1. And the resolution number 2 basically comes to request your endorsement for the ITTF Executive Committee to establish a working group to review, reorganize, and take such other steps that are necessary to improve the handbook in consultation not only with the member associations, of course, but also with the board of directors, also with the IOC and the IPC, and I have to say, of course, with the rules committee always supporting. It's very important that we take into consideration that the last 5-10 years we have been making many amendments, but when you make many amendments in your house, there is a point that maybe you need to look at some new foundations. So with the support of this AGM, the Executive Committee will like to establish this working group, and hopefully we make sure that our Constitution, our regulations are state of the art as we all to aim having always excellent in all what we do in table tennis. Any comments or questions? Not online and not in the room, so back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we're ready now for the vote on Resolution A02, presented by the ITTF Executive Committee. The vote is now open. So we'll have another 15 more seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 139 valid votes cast. Of those, 136 yes, 3 no. That's over 97% in favour, which meets the simple majority requirement, and the resolution is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move to the resolution number 3, presented from the Member Association of Table Tennis England. I would like to pass the word to the English Table Tennis Association. If you can raise your hand so they identify you.
Good morning and good afternoon to all our table tennis friends and colleagues, both here in Houston and online around the world. Following research both within England and also globally, competition clothing has been identified as a key reason why women and girls in particular drop out of playing competitive sport. Currently, the ITTF competition clothing regulations are very prescriptive. However, it is possible to seek permission from the referee for a variation, but that in itself is also a perceived barrier. We would like to ask the ITTF to undertake a wide-ranging consultation to provide greater flexibility and choice of competition clothing for all players. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Is there any comments or any questions in relation to this resolution? We have the Chair of the Rules of the Umpires and Referees Committee, Mr. Ma.
As the representative of the URC, I wish to appreciate England Association for its very constructive proposal. It looks very fair and reasonable. Therefore, URC supports the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your explicit support, Mr. Ma. Are there any other comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Raul.
We have here Mr. Dijawe from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raul. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to throw my support behind this resolution by our colleagues from England. But I'm not sure I'm understanding England very well. They seem to be more about, they seem to be more concerned about, the girl child, which is okay. But for me in particular, I would be more interested in the marketing angle. I think if we have more flexibility in the clothing design, maybe we can have some very attractive designs, and maybe they can help us also with better marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dijawe. And I don't know if there are any further remarks from England, and if not, I think we can proceed for voting. So if not, let's back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready for the vote on Resolution A03, presented by the Member Association of England. The vote is now open. So again, we'll allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 135 valid votes cast. Of those, 127 yes, 8 no, which is over 94% in favour, which means the simple majority requirement is met and the resolution is passed. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Thank you to you. And now we move forward to the resolution number 4, which is presented by the German Table Tennis Association. And Mr. Matthias Batoya, Secretary General of DTTV, will speak on its behalf.
Thank you, Raul. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the table tennis fans and friends in the world. We have already explained our original resolution concerning the world ranking during the webinar some weeks ago. In the meantime, we had a positive discussion with Petra Serling from the Executive Committee and with Zoran Primorac from the Athletes Commission. Resulting from this meeting, we have summarized our resolutions and modified the content. So we have a new resolution. The main change is that we ask the Executive Committee to submit a proposal for the establishment of a ranking committee at the next AGM in 2022, which will come soon. This ranking committee then should deal with a new world ranking system and include various criteria in their considerations. The aim is to find a system that is fair from a sporting point of view, that reflects the playing strengths of the players, that takes into account the importance of the Olympic Games and the World Championships, but also considers other points. That's our explanation for the change of the resolution number 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Is there any comment or question from any member association or committee? Seems not to be the case. Then back to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are ready for the vote on Resolution A04, presented by the Member Association of Germany. And the voting is now open. Thank you. So we'll have another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you, everyone. The voting is now closed. So we have received 142 valid votes. Of those, 119 yes, 23 no. That's over 83% in favour, which meets the simple majority required, and the resolution is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the resolution number 5, which is presented by Swiss Table Tennis. In this moment, we would like to invite Mr. Joel Schieber-Smith to speak.
Dear table tennis friends all over the world, we worked together 2 days ago with Petra Serling and the German Association, and in this case we withdraw this resolution because it was a joint resolution, the A03.
Thank you very much, George. So resolution A05 is withdrawn, and then the last of the resolutions for today is the resolution number 6, presented by the member associations of Germany and Switzerland jointly. Is Michael or George willing to speak?
Dear all, we withdraw the resolution A06 because it's included in A04. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And with this, we conclude the propositions and resolutions for this year. We sincerely appreciate your cooperation in making this part of the meeting, which is always tedious, very agile. And I give back the word to the ITTF President, Mr. Weikart.
Thank you very much, Raul, for really comprehensive things what you have done with the propositions, and also, of course, Dylan and also all involved, and also for the work for the resolutions. So we have a really good result. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to point number 20, election of the President and election of the Executive Vice Presidents. And my last seconds as President, so allow me to say some words. It will be really short. Of course, I leave this position, and otherwise I would lie with a bit of melancholy. I live with one eye laughing and also with one eye crying. I think we have achieved in this more than 7 years a lot in terms of good governance. You saw that also in the report of our chair of the ITTF Tribunal, and I think everybody should respect this. We did a lot there. Often we didn't see us in the last nearly 2 years, and maybe this was also a problem, that there was some friction or stress, but sometimes stress also brings some result and some positive result. Take care in future of the ITTF, of the member associations, and especially about the heart of our sport, and these are the athletes. I've been working in table tennis in official positions since 2005. And you know, table tennis is my sport. I will, of course, now be a good spectator. And as I know from the Constitution, I'm also honorary president. So I'm sure we will meet us again in the next months and years. You will get a new president, Petra, on my left side. Please support her. It's important for table tennis. I have to thank all of you for the support in the last years, and good luck to everyone, and good luck everyone also in the elections, and see you around. Thank you very much. So, I will chair the meeting for some minutes. Next is election of the President, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Weikart. The President and Chair of the meeting, Mr. Weikart, has informed me that in conversation with the candidate for the position of President, Mrs. Petra Serling, she would like to put forward for vote her position. So we will pass back to Lumi the control. So if I understood correctly, I mean, we will have a vote on the President's election. So back to Lumi, please.
Thank you. So we are ready here for the vote on the election of the ITTF President, and the vote is now open. So we'll allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 141 valid votes. Of those, 140 yes, 1 no. That's over 99% in favour, which meets obviously the requirement, and the election is approved. Thank you.
Dear table tennis friends in Houston, around the world, ITTF family, many thanks for the trust. Thank you all members around for the amazing support I have received. I would also like to thank everyone else who had been supporting, family and friends. Of course, I am both very honored and happy, and I feel humbled by the task of hand. But of all, I'm extremely excited and grateful that you have given me the chance to lead our great and proud federation into the future. It will be my true pleasure to join you in advancing our sport to the next level. Table tennis is a great sport for all for life, and we have so much to be proud of. We have a long tradition with a strong presence, and around the world, our 226 members. For more than 95 years, the ITTF has grown table tennis to a position as an Olympic and Paralympic sport, fully integrated, as we say, one sport, one family. Now it's time to take the next step on our journey, a journey that I'm looking forward to lead together with you. I decided to put my name forward and step up as a candidate for the presidency because I know we can do better. I also know that we, together with our staff, have the competence and the passion and the solution to grow table tennis in all areas. This work will start tomorrow. But let me be perfectly clear. There are 4 main priorities, as I presented in my manifesto, that must be addressed with a strong focus in the years to come if we want to succeed. First of all, we have to work together. We have to unite the ITTF family because we cannot afford to waste energy and argue over things that are not developing our sport. We will discuss, we will argue, and we might not always share the same opinion, but we shall have the best for table tennis as our main focus all the time. Secondly, I want table tennis to be a front runner for a sustainable future. We shall be a federation for others to follow and to copy in terms of our work with environment, diversity, inclusion, education and equity, to name but a few of the extremely important questions that will affect the future for all of us. Table tennis must and shall be used as a tool to create for the better of our society. Thirdly, we shall honor and further develop good governance in our federation. This is an ongoing and never-ending task. Its principles, transparency, integrity, democracy and development are the control mechanism to cherish and live for any international federation connected to the Olympic and Paralympic movement. The society is evolving at very high speed, and here we need to keep up to be able to create the best possible pathway for our athletes. Last but not least, we have business growth. To create a strong, solid and successful organization, we need to work dedicated with a value-driven commercial growth approach. We have an amazing product to showcase for the world, and this requires both an innovative way of thinking as well as a clear and strategic structure. Together with all our stakeholders, we will increase our brand awareness and strengthen partnerships, rights and sponsorships. Now, I don't want to be too long-winded, so I will wrap this up. Friends, Rome was not built on a day, as you know. However, brick by brick, piece by piece, and reform by reform, we will get there. It is in our DNA to constantly develop to become better. To be honest, this is actually the reason why we are here today at the AGM, because we love table tennis and we want it to be prosperous in the future as well. As already mentioned, we will have fruitful discussions, but they will be carried out with great respect for each other's opinions, knowing that we, the ITTF family, have the strength and the courage to bring our sport forward together. Thank you for the trust. It will be my great honor and great privilege, together with the new EC, to serve you. Finally, of course, I also like to express my deepest gratitude towards my colleagues who will not stand for re-elections, our President, Thomas Weikert, my colleagues, Mr. Bruce Burton, James Morris, and Shishi Hao. Yes, you will leave the Executive Committee, but you will not leave the ITTF family. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the next step, as you know, is the vote for the Executive Vice Presidents. I see a raised hand, but I don't know what is the raised hand about. Is it about elections?
Georg, please. I'm chairing at the moment. Yeah, okay, good.
Dear friends, in accordance with Article 1.5.5.4 of the ITTF Handbook, Swiss Table Tennis expected a report on the investigations against Mr. Khalil Al-Mohanadi.
Georg, I don't understand which investigation you mean, from the Ethics Committee, or what you mean?
As everybody knows, of the EC, of course, there is an ongoing complaint against Swiss Table Tennis, which an investigation. The Integrity Officer, Mr. Carpenter, was informed before the AGM that Swiss Table Tennis is expecting this report regarding the Article 1.5.5.4.
clear. I guess Mr. Carpenter is online and also have joined us for the AGM. So maybe Mr. Carpenter, you can say a few words to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Weikert. In response to Swiss Table Tennis's request for a report, there are a number of, this is an ongoing investigation, which I believe prior to me joining prior to me starting in post, there had already been an investigation by the Ethics Commission via in the previous manner in which these matters were dealt with, and these matters are under review, as are any others, and there are legal proceedings, regulatory proceedings in place. So there is no report prepared today ahead of today's AGM in respect of that matter. There have been a number of other pressing matters to deal with prior to today's AGM. Unless Mr. Marr has anything else to say about that particular case, that's my position at the moment.
It's clarified, Georg?
Yes, we just missed this report, that's all.
Okay, the report is not there. I just checked the regulation, 1.5.5.4.
Which report is missing, Mr. President? The Ethics Commission report, you mean? Which report is missing, according to Mr. Silversmith?
The report of the investigation.
Gentlemen, I'm happy to come back to this at the end, towards the end of the AGM, once the elections have taken place, if that would be helpful to make proceedings progress.
May I, Thomas? I don't want to speak on behalf of the Executive Committee, but I will try to explain the situation we are facing now today. As Mr. Silversmith has mentioned, probably there are eventual investigations going on. What is very strange is that 5 minutes, or better to say 1 minute before one election process, there is put a question forward in an ongoing investigation. As everybody knows, whatever investigations are being made in the ITTF or in any part of the world where we have a democratic system has to be given to the integrity authorities that are handling this. So I have to say, Josh, I am a little bit surprised to have this comment just 1 minute before the elections, and I would like to ask on behalf of the Executive Committee and on behalf of the Chair to have all the delegates please not taking into consideration the statement made by Mr. Silversmith, but before finishing I would like to ask Mr. Carpenter to confirm if my position is adequate. Kevin, please.
As I think I mentioned, I don't know if this came through on the feed, but I'm happy to review correspondence between myself and Mr. Silversmith now in regards to this report. And I'm happy to come back to this towards the end of the AGM if that's helpful.
If we have then the green light from Mr. President, I would like to pass back the control to Lumi to start the process of elections for the ITTF Vice President positions. And please, I would like to remind all the delegates that we have two withdrawals, the withdrawal of Mr. Igor Levitin from Russia and the withdrawal of the candidate also from Iran.
Thank you very much. We are now ready here for the vote on the election of the ITTF Executive Vice Presidents. We will start the voting now. We will be allowing plenty of time for these votes.
Thank you, Lewis. So for this vote, everyone that is joining and voting online, as well as those in the room in Houston, this is extremely important. We will give you some time to cast your vote. You will need to click on 8 candidates. You will not be able to submit a vote for 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You must select 8 candidates, and then you will find the send button located below all the candidates' names. So once you have selected 8, once again, 8 candidates, you must click the send button at the bottom of the candidate's name. If you have made a mistake, you can then click the cancel button, which is also located below all the candidates' names, and then simply select the new 8 candidates you wish to elect. We will give you some time for this, but once again, please select 8 candidates and press the send button. You must push send. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can see that we are receiving some votes. So just once again for everybody, please make sure you are selecting 8. You cannot submit your vote for anything less than 8 candidates. Once you have selected 8, extremely important to hit that send button. Thank you very much for all your patience. We do understand this does take a little bit of time. So once again, select your 8 candidates and make sure you hit that send button below.
Okay, thank you everyone. We have had lots of the votes already in. We're going to allow another 30 seconds for the remaining votes to be cast. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. We are now closing the vote. Thank you everyone. Just bear with us while we collate the results, and we'll be announcing them very shortly. Okay, thank you everyone. We now have the results in, and we have filled the 8 positions required on the first round. We received 136 valid votes. 116 went to Wahid Oshodi. 114 went to Guliang Yu. 105 went to Alao Azevedo. 96 votes went to Khalil Al-Mohanadi. 95 votes went to Ala Meshref. 93 votes to Masahiro Mayahara. 81 votes to Roland Natran. And 74 votes to Graham Simmons. All of those 8 candidates received more than 50%, which is the simple majority required, and so they will go forward as the Vice Presidents elected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luis and Lumi. And now back to the chair, or you want me to continue with the Board of Directors? Okay, so if everybody allows us, we would like to suggest a 10 minutes break so we can fix the 5 minutes break to fix the chairs, the podium for the newly elected members. Please allow us 5 minutes break and we continue in 5 minutes, okay? Thank you very much for your patience, and if you can please take back your seats so we can continue with the important remaining items of the agenda, and then hopefully by 1:15 p.m. or 1:30 the latest we are done with the meeting. If we can take back in our seats, and I am sure we will make as many time possible for photos after as necessary. Gracias, Paul. If we can take back our seats, please.
Delegates, are you ready to start? I'm very happy to welcome the new executive committee here on the floor, and we are now ready to move on in the agenda. And the next item of the agenda is number 21. It's confirmation of Board of Directors. And I pass the floor to our Secretary General, Mr. Kalim, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Serling. Thank you, Mrs. President. We would like now to continue, as Mrs. Serling has explained, with the confirmation of the Board of Directors members. As you know, since the change of the Constitution in 2018, the process is different. The elections are happening at the continental level, and what we have to do today is basically the confirmation of these elections. Based on the notification we received from the African Table Tennis Union Federation, from the Asian Table Tennis Union, from the European Table Tennis Union, from the ITTF Oceania, and from the newly created ITTF Americas. This is the list of the Board of Directors members. So we would like to ask you, please, for your ratification. In this moment, I pass back the control to Lumi.
Thank you. So we are now ready for the vote on question 39, which is, do you confirm the board members as elected by their respective continental federations? The vote is now open. Okay, thank you everyone. So we'll allow another 15 seconds for the remaining votes to come in. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is now closed. So we have received 133 valid votes. Of those, 128 yes, 5 no. That's over 96% in favour, so the motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lumi, and welcome to the new Board of Directors members. We would like to remind you that next Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning in this meeting room will be your first meeting. The next point on the agenda is the committee's appointments. And at this point of time, I would like to commend and to thank the work done by the Rules Committee members, by the Nominations Committee members during the last few months. This has been an exceptional year for the Nominations Committee, as they have been working not only in the vetting of the candidates for the tribunal positions, but also in the vetting of the candidates for the head of integrity, as well as for the vetting on the candidates of the future integrity unit as a result of today's change from the Ethics Commission, and last but not least, in the on the vetting of the candidates for the Finance and Audit Committee. The last of the pieces of work they have developed this year, Mr. Oshodi, Mr. Abdullah Mullah, Mrs. Sandra Ditton, Mr. Andreas Giorgio, Mr. Lotfi Gerfel, and Mrs. Ang Song Kong from Korea, has been the appointment of these committee members, which is presented to you as delegates of the AGM as every 2 years for your consideration. Equipment Committee. Media Committee. Para Table Tennis Committee. Rules Committee. Sports Science and Medical Committee. Umpires and Referees Committee. And last but not least, the Veterans Committee. So those are the new committees for the period of 2021-2023. And as you know, the Board of Directors will appoint the chairs of those 7 committees on the 27th of November. With this, we conclude the part of the appointments and nominations and elections, and I would like to pass back the floor to the Chair, Mrs. Serling, for the next point of the agenda.
Thank you very much. And now we are on point 23, election of World Championships 2024. Very exciting to now have a vote in between Korea and Argentina, and I pass the floor again to Mr. Kalin.
Thank you, Mrs. Serling. We hope you all could follow the video conference number 8, which was in relation to the candidates for the 2024 World Championships. From the time of the conference, India announced the withdrawal of their bid. Therefore, today you have to vote in one of the 2 remaining candidates. As it's a very straightforward question, we will get back to Lumi for their handling. I'm sorry, one important thing to mention, sorry, I forgot it. The process of announcement will be a little bit different. The reason is that we have media involved from both candidate cities from Buenos Aires and from Busan. Therefore, first, you will vote. Second, we will allow the media to enter in the meeting room. Not now, after the vote, please. After the vote, please. Can we control the people that is entering the room now? They have to, Tristan, people have to enter after the vote, please. After the vote, can everybody go out of the room, please? So as we mentioned, first you will vote. After you vote, we will welcome the media. And then after the media is welcome, they will have enough time to place themselves. The President and CEO will make the announcement. And following the announcement, you will see the results in your screens. So now please back to Lumi.
Thank you very much. So we are now ready here for the vote on the venue for the 2024 World Table Tennis Championships finals. There are two options to choose from, Buenos Aires or Busan. We will start the vote now. Thank you very much. So we will now allow a further 30 seconds for the final remaining votes to come in. Thank you.
No, exactly. We just have to be ready for it. Yes, so yes. It doesn't matter. No, that's true. Good.
We have to deal with Khalil and Adam's war for a few more years. And hopefully after that we don't have to deal with it anymore, because it's just a complete waste of time for everything we're trying to do.
Exactly. Fully agree.
And there I don't say about who.
No, but... I can take it up and you can comment on it.
Okay.
You are better in
Thank you everyone. So we'll just have the final 10 seconds of voting now. Thank you.
I'm still feeling bad that I'm not ready enough for today. I'm not ready enough. I feel I'm not ready enough.
But we should do this because we have our films, we have our motions.
Yeah.
It's too bright.
Yeah, I agree. I thought they were making presentations. I thought that's what Ralph was me to do.
Okay, thank you everyone. So we will now close the voting. And I will hand back for this to the Secretary General. Thank you.
It's like in some way my being late is somehow symbolic.
Yeah.
The media is now welcome. Delegations and media are now welcome. We will wait until they are in their places for the announcement. Okay, up to you, Mrs. President and CEO.
Thank you, everybody, and it's my great pleasure to welcome the new ITTF President to show to us who will be the 2024 host of the ITTF World Table Tennis Championships. And the winner is Busan. And congratulations to the city of Busan. I think we can all agree not having a World Championships in 2021 was probably one of the saddest, most difficult moments in the ITTF history. We were ready to go last year, but COVID-19 unfortunately changed those plans. And now it's with really great pleasure that we will go to Busan in 2024. And we're really looking forward to Korea hosting one of the best ever World Table Tennis Championships. Congratulations, Korea. Congratulations, Busan. Please, the delegation quickly come for a photo.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Very well done. Yeah, there were so many.
Now we managed the photo, but
thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. How to manage the photo?
Maybe just.
Just
헝가리 부다페스트 저기 올라오시죠. 이쪽으로 오시죠.
Very nice to meet you. We so much look forward to come to you.
얼마나
총장님.
저희 같이 취직을 했어요.
이걸 하려고.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience in this last part of the meeting, which, as you know, is not easy to handle. The first thing I would like to say is my apologies to Mr. Paul Kyle, Board of Directors member from New Zealand, because during the last 10 minutes, I was not able to see his message in Zoom. Paul, really, I apologize. I didn't see your message, but you are very much welcome on behalf of the ITTF President to address the AGM. Paul.
Thank you, Raul, and thank you. Congratulations to Petra. I just take this moment to thank the candidates that stood and that were successful. So congratulations for your success. Obviously, I have some disappointment. And Petra, one challenge for you as you lead this new organisation. I'm very sad to see that the only female nomination was not selected. So those that voted and for whatever reason, maybe you could have a look into that as to why the only one female was not elected. I'm saddened for that, but congratulate all the successful applicants. So from New Zealand, kia kaha, kia hamaru, stay strong and stay safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Paul Kyle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then on the request of the delegation of Switzerland and the head of integrity, Mr. Kevin Carpenter is ready to present his report.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I should stress at this point that the investigation, so the complaints made by Swiss Table Tennis, which I believe are known to you all because they were sent in an email sent to all member associations, was in February of this year. So just after the integrity unit had been established, but prior to me joining as the head of the unit in October. However, I have reviewed or read all of the documents and the reports, and the outcome I can report to the AGM of those complaints was that the ITTF integrity unit was satisfied with the explanations given by Mr. Al-Mahanadi in response to the complaints by Swiss Table Tennis. And therefore, it was the opinion of the integrity that there was insufficient evidence to substantiate their complaints, and it would be going no further. Just to say, as part of that, that the principal witness was asked to give evidence by the integrity unit and refused to do so, only to give evidence in writing. Subsequent to that, upon me joining as head of integrity, Swiss Table Tennis did write to me at the end of October, expressing concerns about the procedure that was followed. I then wrote back to them with my initial view, which I said I would follow up with ITTF, because as I'm sure you are all aware, the ITTF Integrity Unit is operationally independent of ITTF, and therefore I am able to make inquiries of ITTF itself. That process is still ongoing. Unfortunately, due to other ongoing cases and matters pertaining to the ITTF AGM that's taking place today, I have not been in a position to move those inquiries forward, but I will, of course, in accordance with the handbook, will give a further update as to those inquiries at the next AGM. I trust that is sufficient for Swiss Table Tennis. Thank you for coming back to me, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. Campeter. Thank you, and our new head of integrity. And then, if the chair agrees, we will move to the next point.
Thank you very much. And then we have number 24, Future World Championships, and a deadline for 2025 World Championships bids. And over to Mr. Kalin.
We have two final presentations today. I don't know if you want to speak about the presentations or any other business, Arturo. Okay, so we have now the two final presentations, the update on the World Championships 2022 in Chengdu and the World Table Tennis Championships Finals 2023 in Durban. After that, you have the any other business moment, which is where you can express freely yourself, a difference of what one delegate has done today. Nevertheless, let's go with the presentation of Chengdu for the update of the World Table Tennis Championships Finals 2022.
Presentation on the preparations for the 2022 World Table Tennis Championships Finals in Chengdu. ITTF Executive Committee members, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Hello everyone. In April 2019, Chengdu successfully won the bid to host the 2022 World Table Tennis Championships Finals. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the ITTF and the CTTA for your trust and support for Chengdu. Your guidance and assistance in the preparations for the championships are also highly appreciated. 1. About Chengdu. Chengdu, situated in the west of China, features a city history of more than 2,300 years and a civilization history exceeding 4,500 years. In recent years, Chengdu has been committed to building itself into the world-famous event city in a quality manner, seeing rapid increase in the number, level, and influence of international sports events it hosts. Chengdu jumped from 89th to 28th in Sportcast's latest list of world influential event cities, ranking 3rd in mainland China. 2022 will witness the hosting of both the 2022 World Team Table Tennis Championships and the 31st Summer Universiade in Chengdu. Successful holding of the two events will be a milestone in Chengdu's building of a world city famed for events. 2. Preparations. 1. Competition dates. To give participants the best experience, we scheduled to hold the event in May, a month of the finest climate and most beautiful scenery in Chengdu. Taking into account the uncertainty caused by the epidemic, we will keep in touch with the ITTF on the date and arrangement of the event. The specific date of event will be announced to the public after the final confirmation. 2. Venues. The competition venue will be the Chengdu High-Tech Sports Center, a modern, comprehensive, multifunctional, premium and large-scale gymnasium that saw the end of construction in June 2021. The 31st Summer Universiade will also be held here, with a construction area of 201,800 square meters. The center is equipped with the international standard full-color high-definition LED displays, information systems, central control systems, and TV relay systems. In addition, it has fully functional newsroom, doping control room, technical officer room, dressing room, and other amenities. 3. Progress. The ITTF, the CTTA, and the City of Chengdu have jointly established the 2022 World Table Tennis Championships Finals Preparatory Committee to promote various preparations in an efficient and orderly manner. 2 hotels near the competition venue, with adequate measures to contain the COVID-19, are designated to shorten the travel time of participants. The hotels selected respect different religious and cultural customs and offer quality food and accommodation to the participants, thereby meeting the full needs of the ITTF conferences. During the championships, the Chengdu Entry and Exit Authority will assist with visa processing and provide other border facilitations. Special transportation vehicles are arranged to and from the airport, hotels, and venues. All one-way trips are limited within 30 minutes. Chengdu will soon establish an executive committee with dedicated departments for competition organization, epidemic prevention and control, news and communication, transportation, and heritage management to fully implement the organization. Opportunities will be taken to promote table tennis in Chengdu, the rest of China, and around the world. 3. Epidemic prevention and control and entry-exit policies. On the ITTF, the CTTA, and the City of Chengdu will maintain close communication and coordination based on epidemic prevention and control policies learned from Beijing Winter Olympic Games and Chengdu Summer Universiade. We will formulate a set of epidemic prevention and control and entry-exit policies to ensure the safety and security of participants. In accordance with relevant Chinese policy requirements, the event will be put under a strict closed-loop management to form an event bubble. The organizing committee will maintain communication and dialogue with the ITTF, the CTTA, and various participating associations, learn about the needs of participants, and adopt a mutually supportive and coordinated attitude to ensure that all participants arrive smoothly, participate securely, and return safely. Since 2016, Chengdu has successfully hosted 2 ITTF World Tour events, 2 Women's World Cup and 1 Men's World Cup. The audience attendance rate of the finals has reached 100% many times. The city boasts a welcoming atmosphere for table tennis. The Chengdu municipal government and more than 20 million Chengdu citizens are eagerly looking forward to the hosting of 2022 World Table Tennis Championships Finals. Under the leadership of the ITTF, with the joint support of the CTTA and the World Table Tennis family, we will proactively assume the responsibilities of a host city to join forces to host a safe and wonderful international table tennis event. Welcome to Chengdu and welcome to a wonderful table tennis event.
Thank you very much, Chengdu, and thank you very much, CTTA, for this presentation. And the last for today, but not the least, is the presentation of Durban 2023 World Table Tennis Championships Finals.
See your journey for the World Championships 2023 through our South African eyes. The Department of International Relations will manage all your visas and customs at King Shaka seamlessly. The Welcome Desk will warmly greet and direct the ITT family, delegates, players and officials to the accreditation venues. All athletes will be transported from King Shaka to the ICC for accreditation. Durban ICC is a world-renowned international convention center with a purpose-built arena that seats 7,000 people.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention please? Cause what I'm about to say is not only gonna blow your mind, it will also make you proud to be a Durbanite. So buckle up your seatbelts, get yourself some popcorn, and follow me on this journey, cause Durban is the place to be. KD? Durban is a place to be, yeah. Repping my city, cause it's done so much for me, oh yeah. Durban is a place to be, yeah. Repping my city, cause it's done so much for me, yeah. Straight out the 031, from Chatswood to Phoenix to Lotus Park, it's a bingo, cause that's where I'm from. I'm repping my city, yo, show me some love. I'm so proud to be an Indian, the culture, the food, from Umhlanga to the Wetties, all the neighbors and hood. We all one big family, don't get it confused. We made history in our city when the word came through. Listen, let me educate you for a second. I'm no teacher, but let me just give you all a lesson. Durban is the place to be, come see the views, the vibes, the beaches and the nightlife. What more can you want, cause we have it all. Gateway, Galleria and Pavilion Mall. And if you ain't been to Durban, you better come see. I'm just repping my city cause it's a place to be. Durban is a place to be.
Ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami.
Thank you very much. And now I pass back the floor to Mrs. Serling for the point of the deadline for 2025 World Championships.
Thank you very much, and thanks for these nice presentations. I'm sure I'm talking for everyone when I'm saying how much we look forward to go first to Chengdu and then to Durban. Next item, 24.1, is the deadline for 2025 World Championships. The bids should be in until the end of April 2022. So deadline, end of April 2022. Moving forward, we are now on the 25, and that is next general meeting. Next general meeting will be held during the World Championships in Chengdu. Moving on, we are soon to the end here. On 26, we have any other business. Please.
If you can keep your hand raised so the people can identify you to bring you the microphone. Belize. And then Mr. Oladapo, I think. So Belize, I think it was first, then Mr. Oladapo. Can somebody bring a microphone here to the front, second row? Then Mr. Oladapo.
All voting results were shared today. Is it customary for the host country not to be shared?
Sorry, I missed the question, Arturo.
All voting results were shared today. But for the host country, for the 2024 hosting, that result was not shared. It was only presented. Is that customary?
I think it was a technical mistake because I was seeing in two of the screens we have here, but probably they were not displaying those screens. So I am sorry for that. Lumi, if you are still there, can you please display the results? Because just to explain the room, here we have 4 screens. We have 2 screens dedicated to the presentations and 2 are replicating your screens. And I didn't know that it was not in your screens. Apologies. Apologies, Arturo. So you have Korea Republic and Busan, 97 votes, 67%. Argentina, Buenos Aires, 46 votes, 32%.
Thank you for that. Very good note. Any more hands?
Mr. Olabanji Oladapo, Board of Directors.
Let me congratulate Petra and his new executive committees. I want to beg you all, we start a new beginning in the process that we are going through. I want to beg you all to please give ITTF visibility from now to the next 4 years. Visibility in terms of presentation on CNN, everywhere possible. Let ITTF be known all over the world. I'm sure 98% of people in America did not know that ITTF is holding its own AGM today and is in Texas holding the World Championship. I'm begging all of you to please give us visibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
The next person that wants to speak is Mr. Munir Bandakar from Bangladesh, and after on the floor. Munir?
Yes. Thank you very much for giving us chance to speak something. First, I want to congratulate everyone who has been elected and to say our new president, Petra, that your journey started in 2020 in March in Qatar when we are talking about that. Now, I am also thanking USA Table Tennis for hosting the World Championship. And this is not nice, but we want to share something. With a heavy heart, today, as an ITTF member country, I am personally and for all the members countries apologizing to Qatar people, General Secretary of Qatar Table Tennis Federation, Mohammed, and especially to Khalil. You are doing a lot of things when in the pandemic time, no one was there, you came forward, and even before the Olympic, you have given the chance to the world best team China to practice over there. But today, you are not there. But Khalil, I can say one thing, that today you are the champion because without present in a body, you have been elected with a healthy vote. But this shouldn't be happen in future. One more thing, you know that I am also the Deputy President of South Asian region. When I was in a meeting, I have got message from my Secretary General of South Asian region that Nepal's players, they didn't get visa, and still he is saying that they have to pay the hotel bills or something that. This is very much disappointing, and I want to share this matter with Petra also. 6 years back, same thing happened to my team also. Now, we want to look forward for everything because I think Petra and our very healthy and the good CEO is there. Now we should solve this visa matter in future. Now I want to share one more thing that some people know that I am also the member of Bangladesh Olympic Association. For the Olympics, we used to get the accreditation card. That is for the visa. And I am saying to the Levitine also, from Russia that see, even the supporters of the football team, they also get the visa only with the accreditation card. Now time has come to overcome this visa matter. Otherwise, same thing happen in future. We people are here for loving this sport, not to be humiliated by the visa matter. Thank you everyone. We are hoping for the new dawn by the grace of Allah. See you soon together. And thank you very much everyone for allowing me to say something. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh and Munir. And now it's Oman.
Hello? Yes. Just from Oman, we have one idea. This is for next World Championship. It's good if we have something called like Oscar ceremony, where you can find the best federation, the best players, the best coach, the best in everything, and you can introduce them to the public. Competition manager, tournament directors, which we are missing in these things. All other sports, they're doing this also. And we will put one night for it. It's better than you keep it, the LOC to keep the night for all federations. If you switch it with these ideas, I don't know if it's good for us, good for the players, good for the coaches. They can be as the people can do all their hard works to see themselves on this position next World Cup. I don't know if you got it or not.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. We are very much looking forward to celebrate again. As very many of you probably have been to our Star Award that we had in the past. Of course, we can upgrade that for the future and celebrate. And I really like your proposal, and also to celebrate our great athletes when we can meet in the crowd again. So thank you for this very nice proposal. Yeah. I hear now that there are two more who want to speak, and we make them the last two. Uganda, please.
Robert?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. Congratulations, Petra Serling, the first ever female president of table tennis. I hope to see that shining everywhere, all over the news. I think our game has made very wonderful history to have a female ever as our first president. I think that should be shining on all the news websites. Congratulations to the new ITTF Executive Committee. I just want to share something small. As I've already said several times in several meetings, I think that our sport is still doing very badly in terms of finances. I think the direction we have taken with World Table Tennis is very good. I hope the new ITTF EC will support World Table Tennis, because it is a specialized vehicle to commercialize our sport. Our sport needs more finances. There are so many things we can talk about. There are so many things we can plan, but without finances, we shall never get anything done. So the new ITTF EC, please support our President Petra, and please continue to support World Table Tennis. If there are any issues with it, we sit peacefully as a family and we sort them out. But most importantly, we support the commercialization and better financial status of our sport. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uganda. Thank you for your input. We go to the last one, Gabon.
Bernadette or Wilfred, please, from Gabon.
Bonjour. Wilfried.
Yes.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Vous m'entendez?
Allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Allô? Bonjour.
Vous pouvez parler, Monsieur Nguema.
Oui.
Yes, we do hear you. Yes, we do hear you. Please.
Ok. Merci. Alors, merci de me donner la parole. Je commencerai par remercier Madame Petra, féliciter autant pour moi Madame Petra et tout le nouveau bureau exécutif aujourd'hui. Nos félicitations et nous comptons sur vous et votre mandat, tout comme vous pouvez compter sur nous, les fédérations. Alors aujourd'hui, je prends la parole par rapport à la situation particulière que connaît et que rencontre mon pays, le Gabon. Le Gabon est un pays qui dispose de beaucoup de jeunes et de beaucoup de potentiel. Sauf que ces jeunes et ce potentiel n'est pas assez mis en valeur et soutenu par le gouvernement. Le tennis de table gabonais ne bénéficie d'aucun budget depuis 2015. Le tennis de table gabonais ne bénéficie d'aucun budget depuis l'année 2015. Ensuite de cela, nous ne disposons plus en vérité d'une salle adéquate pour pratiquer le tennis de table parce que depuis que la COVID-19 est arrivée, nous n'avons plus les fonds qu'il faut pour continuer de louer des salles, pour continuer de pratiquer. Et donc, suite à une formation dans sciences et sports que j'ai obtenue à Lausanne en Suisse en tant qu'entraîneur d'élite, j'ai rédigé un projet qui consiste à mettre en place un centre de tennis de table à Libreville au Gabon. Parce que si on continue de louer alors qu'on n'est pas soutenu par l'État gabonais, on ne risque pas de s'en sortir. Alors je m'adresse et je profite de cette occasion pour demander l'aide, le soutien attentif et particulier de la Fédération internationale sur la difficulté que le Gabon rencontre à pousser très loin le tennis de table parce que notre gouvernement ne nous accompagne simplement pas et que cette situation est vraiment très difficile et très délicate pour nous, Fédération gabonaise de tennis de table. On a beaucoup d'idées, on a beaucoup d'envie, mais on n'a même pas de quoi mettre en place un centre pour exécuter et mettre en place nos projets. Je vous remercie de m'avoir donné le temps de m'écouter et j'espère et souhaite vraiment qu'un regard particulier soit porté sur le Gabon. Merci.
Merci bien, Monsieur Nguema, merci bien.
Thank you very much from Gabon and your greetings, and also looking forward to continue the dialogue with you and your federation. We have now some comments also here, or some announcement from our CEO, Mr. Steve Dainton, please.
Thank you, Petra. First of all, also from all of us at the management, we want to congratulate you as the first ever female president of the ITTF, a very historic and symbolic moment of time for our sport, and we're really looking forward to working with you, and congratulations to all of the executive committee that was elected today. I have two other points. One is that as we already gave our recognition, but I also want to mention that we want to wish our now honorary president, Mr. Thomas Weikart, very good luck in the upcoming election at the German Olympic Committee, the DOSB. He is having the election on the 4th of December, and we really wish you good luck, Thomas. And secondly, just to mention that at 5 p.m. at the hotel on the 24th floor, I think it's normally the club lounge, we will host a small reception to congratulate all those that are elected today, but of course also hoping those that were not elected will join us because we need to discuss and talk on how to work together for the future as well. So we welcome you all to that party tonight later.
Thank you. And with that, I hope to see you in some hours, all of you, to meet and greet again. And thank you for this very long meeting, but the good interaction. And I can also promise you that I like to have more diversity up here. I have heard some comments, and I like that we are working on that. Yes, it's historical to have the first female president, but I'm not happy to see that we are so few, also in this room. Here we have to start from the national, local level and work together. and I'm sure that we can do better in the future in this area as well. But let me now finish the meeting by saying that we are looking forward to cooperate with you all together. Thank you for the trust. Looking forward to work with this excellent team here beside me. Thank you.